Mayor and council, we are live.
Okay, we're going to get started. Welcome everyone to the Monday, March 23rd, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. The council did meet in closed session and there is no reportable action. Why don't we start
Roll call.
with roll call, yeah.
Councilmember Cole.
Present.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Lyon.
Here.
Councilmember Madison is not here yet. We're expecting him. Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay. Ms. Rivas, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We do have a ceremonial matter. If I can ask Christopher Page to step to the podium and I'll join him.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chris Page, Project Manager for the Economic Development Team. Tonight, I have the honor of introducing our new addition to the Legacy Business Program, which recognizes Pasadena companies that have operated for more than 50 years and contributed meaningfully to our community. This evening's honoree is Rusnak Auto Group. The Rusnak family has been a cornerstone of the Pasadena business community for decades, providing exceptional service and maintaining a strong local presence.
Thank you. And we have here Andrew Arizmendi, who's Vice President of Rusnak Auto Group. And we recently celebrated the groundbreaking of the new dealership on East Colorado Boulevard, which I'm hopeful and believe that it will serve as a impetus for other investment along that stretch of the avenue. As has been stated, as we know, the dealership was founded in 1966 by Paul Rusnak. The company opened its first dealership on Colorado Boulevard, laying the foundation for what would become one of Pasadena's longest-standing family-owned automotive businesses. Over the past 6 decades, Rusnak Auto Group has grown to represent some of the world's most prestigious brands, including Porsche, Mercedes, Volvo, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Audi, and Jaguar. By the way, I don't think I've driven any of those. Mercedes. Yeah. Helping make Pasadena a destination for luxury automotive services. Beyond its business success, Rusnak Auto Group has demonstrated a deep commitment to the community. I can't tell you how many events I attend, but I can tell you that maybe we ought to carpool to some of those events because Rusnak is always present. And so I want to thank you for that as well. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, Rusnak provided vehicles and drivers to deliver meals to first responders and vulnerable residents, exemplifying its dedication to services. So I want to congratulate Paul, Andrew, and all of the Rusnak team and family for 60 years of excellent business and community leadership. On behalf of the City Council, Andrew, we wish you and your family continued success for many, many years to come.
Thank you very much. I'll just say a few words. I've been with Rusnak since 1995. My wife was Liz Rusnak, and she was the one that really took the philanthropy to the next level for many, many years. And just like Victor had said, I've been to so many events. Liz was a driving force for her, not only her side of the business that she conducted for our dealerships, but also because she was directed by her father to make sure that we give back to the community. So she has overseen, I can't even tell you, Ronald McDonald House, 5 acres. There's the cancer support community, and it goes on and on. Her legacy is also, I think, a big part of this, wrapped into all this as far as the philanthropy is concerned. So I want to give her a shout out. Anyway, and she's passed away, it was 4 years ago, but from ovarian cancer, but she still lives through all of this as well. So I just want to do that.
Public comment on matters not on the agenda. We have 6 speaker cards.
Okay, so now we're going to turn to public comment for matters not on the agenda.
How long do you want?
We do have a full agenda list. 2 minutes?
2 minutes? Okay. 2 minutes for matters not on the agenda. Sonia Burnt, followed by Kate, then Lucinda Wills, then Marianne Albina, then Hadab Tarifi, and then it looks like Les Hammer, I think, is also on that. So if you've heard your name called, please queue up into the middle, please.
Ms.
Thank
Burnt,
you.
welcome.
I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good evening. My comment relates to the security guard issue raised during the continued hearing of the All Saints Safe Parking Program. When it became known at the hearing that the state disallowed the funding for the security guard with its grant, some of you made it an inordinate issue out of the meager $100,000 needed to fund the guard. Housing staff was grilled on how it would find replacement funding. This concern was spread across our community when a resident wrote a guest opinion in Pasadena Now stating to all readers, quote, "Even more concerning, there had not been a funding source identified to ensure adequate security at the time of the vote," unquote. According to the 2026 operating budget, only 2.4% of the total general fund appropriations are for the housing department. The general fund funds only 5.4% of the housing department's entire budget. The city has over $64 million in operating and emergency reserves. In 2020 and 2021, the council approved $21.5 million total in general fund and reserves to rescue the Rose Bowl. You could have avoided causing unnecessary concern in our community by simply asking housing staff, "Are you working on alternate funding?" and stated that if such funding is not available, the city will fund it, period.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Burnt.
Lucinda Wills, no, sorry, Kate, followed by Lucinda Wills, then Marianne Albina, then Hidab Tarifi, then Les Hammer.
Kate, welcome.
Last time I spoke about 5-year-olds being killed by Israel, and I'm here again to talk about another 5-year-old, his 6-year-old special needs brother, mother and father, the Bani Odeh family, executed by Israel last weekend. Their car was surrounded by laser pointers. The IDF could see exactly who they were shooting. Mother Wad was shot multiple times in her head and chest. 6-year-old Othman, who was blind and could not walk or feed himself, was on her lap. 5-year-old Muhammad shot repeatedly in the face. Yanking the injured survivors from the car, the IDF said, "We killed dogs," to 11-year-old Khalid and 8-year-old Mustafa, then beat and kicked the boys, trying to get them to admit that they were spies. On the West Bank, no Hamas. In Gaza, hours later, Israel bombed the Ayash family, killing father Kamel, mother Halima, 7 months pregnant with twins, young son Ahmed, and neighbor child Ibrahim al-Hassanat. This weekend, IDF soldiers forced Osama Abu Nasser to place his 18-month-old toddler son on the ground and strip naked. They picked up the toddler, burned him with cigarettes, and stuck nails in his legs. We've seen the video, it's all over social media. Torturing a baby to terrorize his father. So again, I'm gonna ask you, let's not invest in that.
Thank you.
Lucinda Wills, followed by Marianne Albina, then Hadab Tarifi, then Les Hammer.
Ms. Wills, welcome.
Hello. First, I'd like to express our appreciation for all those on the board who are working with us to pass an ethical investment policy, especially Mayor Jess Rivas, and we appreciate the efforts on the FBRS board to study the prospects of divestment. I'd like to report an example of a recent divestment action. The state of Washington has completely divested from Israeli apartheid, genocide, and occupation. Using ethical criteria, the state sold off bonds in Caterpillar worth $53 million. The state operating account is now free of this and any other companies on the BDS shortlist. Please note that these were bonds, like the holdings the FPRS has, not stocks. This comes exactly 23 years after Washington state native and U.S. peace activist Rachel Corrie was murdered by the Israeli military. She was run over by a D9 militarized Caterpillar bulldozer. Since then, Caterpillar has not stopped selling militarized bulldozers to the Israeli military, which they further militarized and fortified to systematically destroy entire infrastructures and kill people. There have been many entities that have divested from Caterpillar, from distributors to cities and even whole countries like Norway. They all recognize that such investments will soon lead to losses rather than profits. There's another example of a recent divestment action. The New York City Health and Hospitals Network has decided not to renew its contract with Palantir, which powers their management information systems. Palantir is deeply complicit in the genocide in Gaza by selling militarized AI and surveillance technologies to Israel and to ICE. These tools enable human rights violations, not just in Palestine, but worldwide. With this divestment, New York City's patients' data will be protected, and New York City public hospitals end their complicity with Palantir's human rights violations. Please be mindful of any investments that could put the city of Pasadena in a bad PR position or financial situation down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne Albina, followed by Hadab Tarifi, then Les Hammer.
Ms. Albina, welcome.
My name is Marianne Albina. I'm a Palestinian parishioner of All Saints. I'm here with a heavy heart for when some of you, council members, align yourselves with individuals and systems connected to the suffering of Palestinians. It raises questions for me about how Arab and Muslim lives are being valued. I understand that some of you may be navigating fear of maybe being labeled in a certain way. This fear positions you with those who defy humanitarian law, those who lead with force, and those who harm Arab children and Arab communities. Fear is fed by the propaganda that Judaism is represented by Israel. Instead, I ask you to adhere to Jewish values of compassion and justice. The very thing you think you're doing by aligning with Israel is bringing harm to Judaism and its reputation. You're doing to Judaism what MAGA does to Christianity, weaponizing religion for nationalism. And in the process, your anti-Arab bias is speaking volume. I still believe you can lead with your heart and that you have courage. We've been coming here for 2 weeks with that heart and courage, maybe borrow some of ours. On April 13th, you have the opportunity not to hide behind stale words, but to make clear that what's happening to Palestinians is worthy of guiding ethical investment decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hadab Tarifi, then followed by Les Hammer.
Welcome.
Greetings of peace, everyone. It's been a while for me since I stood here and addressed you as a council. And I shared with you how hard it is for me to come and pour my heart out and share my pain and share the loss that I have, losing more than 200 members of my family in Gaza. And I wanted to address those who are overtly or covertly denying the genocide for whatever reason. If losing more than 200 members of my family is not a genocide, I don't know what a genocide is. If the reason this genocide is being denied for fear to be labeled as anti-Semite, I'm telling you, by denying me my identity as a Palestinian, I can certainly accuse you of being anti-Semite, because I am a Semite. I was part of a Muslim-Jewish cohort for 11 months, and we did the DNA test. And out of 23 Muslims and 23 Jews, I was the only one that was 98% belonging to the land. So yes, denying me my identity, I could call you as anti-Semite, but I could also call you an Islamophobe. So think about it. I'm gonna leave you with that. Is that why you're denying the genocide? Is that why you're denying this body of the Pasadena for Palestine group that have been coming every single week, pleading with you to divest from companies that are benefiting from the genocide? I hope that you think about it. And I hope that your values and your faith will have you do the right thing by voting to support the ethical investment policy hub comes April 13. And I plead with you
Les
as a
Hammer.
person, and I plead with you as a Palestinian from
Thank you, ma'am.
Gaza, and I hope that you do
Ma'am.
the right thing.
Thank you. Mr. Hammer, welcome.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. One of the problems in a corrupt one-party state is that the legacy media, the mainstream press, is playing on the same team. And a good example of that is our hometown paper, the Pasadena Star-News. The Star-News wants its readers to support, quote, quality, independent journalism. Well, independence is certainly questionable. In the March 14th edition, I count 14 stories by Associated Press, 1 by City News Service, 7 stories by the New York Times, and a puff piece from the Sacramento Bee on Democratic Party darling Gavin Newsom. Doesn't he look presidential? But to its credit, the Star News ran a feature story on hospice care fraud in the March 22nd edition, but reporter Jason Henry failed to mention that Governor Gavin Newsom blamed Dr. Mehmet Oz as a, quote, racist for his part in exposing hospice fraud. And courageous independent journalist Nick Shirley exposed massive daycare fraud in Minneapolis, much to the embarrassment of Governor Tim Walz. And when Nick Shirley exposed $171 million in hospice fraud in Van Nuys, Gavin Newsom released a defamatory and offensive meme depicting Nick Shirley as a goggle-eyed pedophile outside a daycare center. Fortunately, Nick Shirley has no desire to work for a news organization. Independence is worth more than access. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
Thank you. That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
I want to thank everyone for sticking to their time as well. Next, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And I'll entertain a sweet motion. Okay.
Sorry, there is one council member that has a request for an item.
Mayor, I wanted to pull item 5. I just had a quick question. I don't think it needs to be completely pulled. But first, I'm glad we're bringing outside funding to expand this program, especially we know that bulky items and graffiti hits districts 1, 3, and 5, but I just want to make sure we're using this funding strategically. I want to make sure it's not just going to replace what Public Works is doing, but it's going to supplement. So do we have a plan to deploy the team proactively in some of those hot spots throughout the districts?
Yeah, I did speak with our city employee who oversees the MASH program. She assured me that, one, it is supplemental to Public Works, so that's for sure. And they have a hot spot map that I will get a copy of and send to the entire council so you could see it. She did convey that the amount of bulky items is quite significant.
Yes.
And that's the real problem. But within her constraints, they're going to do their level best to keep hitting those hotspots to pick up all the bulky items.
So this team would just be dedicated for those hot spots that they, could they work with offices? Because we get calls a lot of times, like throughout the corridors of the freeways and certain streets within our districts that have a lot of bulky items. And so I think it'd just be more strategically sound, instead of waiting for like the CSC to come in or an email from our office to come in, as if they just kind of up at least once a day, or I don't know how many folks, I don't know how many hotspots there are throughout the city though.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that, and certainly the goal is to get these spots cleaned up as quickly as possible. And if we could, make use of district liaisons who have the on-the-ground information, we'll certainly look at that to see if we can do our job better.
And then is there any flexibility for this crew to work weekends or to work during like peak hours after events at the Rose Bowl or other events?
I did ask if they could take a look at that. I know there's some funding constraints with respect to the hours they can work, but we'll take a look at that and report back on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And this does come to us from the Finance Committee, and that was a point of discussion at Finance, whether we are just replacing one funding source or another. It is augmenting. One of the things the Finance Committee asked is to also coordinate with, as we're going out there to remove graffiti from bus benches, for example, together with Transportation Department. And that's really what this does, is it focuses in on transportation and some of the infrastructure. But to also do the deep cleaning of bus benches. I did a walk with Mr. Line in his district. Well, actually, it wasn't just a walk, it was a cleanup. Then we did a cleanup in Mr. Cole and Ms. Rivas's district. And it gave us a chance to really see from the ground the condition of some of the bus stops where people spill coffee, juice, and we noticed that some of those aren't always cleaned. I don't know if it's a jurisdictional issue. Sounds like it's not, but we ought to just go ahead and clean those bus stops as well. And so that'll be coordinated as they go and do the removal with Public Works as well. Okay, with that, is there a sweet motion, Mr. Jones, on the consent calendar?
Yeah, so moved.
Oh,
Can we hold item 1 for a question?
sure. Okay.
So there was a second by Mr. Masuda. I would only note, Mayor, that there were 2 letters received on consent item 4, one expressing concerns with the proposed with one of the proposed contractors related to the other item, and then one in opposition to the staff recommendation, and providing comments, and those letters were distributed to the council, posted online, are part of the record for item 4.
Okay.
So this is to approve all consent items except for item 1.
Okay.
There's a motion.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
There is a second.
Okay.
Mr. Masuda.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the consent calendar holding item, with the exception of item 1, is approved. Mr. Cole, question on item 1?
Yeah, let me preface it, Mr. Mayor, with just some context. It's a very positive thing that we have grant funding through Measure R to address the long-standing challenge of routing freeway traffic through the southern part of our city as the 710 stub ends at California, and then that traffic is dumped into residential neighborhoods. That's not our fault, that's Caltrans' fault. We're in the process of trying to address that. And so this funding, I know, is designed to make what is essentially a freeway through a residential neighborhood safer and more and quieter for the residents and for people who bike and people who are pedestrians in that area. On the other hand, I think this is a citywide challenge. We end up putting our outstanding Department of Transportation staff in the position of constantly mediating between immediate neighbors and citywide advocates, pro and con, various approaches to mobility. And we end up
unfortunately, because of that dynamic with a patchwork, right? We have the world's most expensive cycleway, $10 million for 1.2 miles in the middle of the city that doesn't connect to other routes because we didn't get grant funding for those. So I am deeply concerned about this project, that if we move forward as the staff report indicates with simply a painted bike lane on a corridor which all of us have traversed, which has very fast, very huge traffic during rush hour, where people are trying to get home from work or trying to go to work. A painted bike lane is not helpful. So I've been assured by the staff that that a painted bike lane is not the only option. But I worry about the tug of war that goes on, in which some people say, well, I don't want to lose my parking spot, and other people will say, well, I want to have bicycle. And I think we really need a citywide approach to this, and not end up with 5 people on one side and 6 people on other, deciding for a city of 140,000 people how we're going to build out a network of pedestrian and bike safety in our city. So that's why I want to raise the question to Mr. Sikes. What role will the Transportation Advisory Commission, which is our citywide set of appointees, have in ensuring that we end up, my preference is not for a painted bike lane, but I'm just one vote here, and it's not my district. But to ensure that we have a citywide approach to these issues, and we don't simply have our staff ping-ponged by whoever's the noisiest on this particular small section. So what's the role of the Transportation Advisory Commission going forward?
Well, in the citywide approach that we have as well.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Cole. Joaquin Sikes, Director of Transportation, for the record. The role of the Transportation Advisory Commission is to review our projects from the policy standpoint and provide recommendations to City Council on those projects. So one of the things that the Transportation Advisory Commission did for this project is they reviewed the project list. They identified that this project was something that they recommended to be included into the list for funding, and that's what went to MSC and City Council back in 20.
Also the Planning Commission, which unanimously recommended against it.
Correct, yeah, the Planning Commission recommended against it from the standpoint of it not being consistent with the mobility element that describes a city where people can circulate without cars, but then City Council approved the project list and included the projects in the CIP following that. As far as TAC's role throughout the process, we will be providing updates to TAC. One of the important things about the 710 projects, these Measure R mobility improvement projects, is that we are providing really an extensive outreach protocol that includes a community advisory committee for these projects. It includes going to TAC to describe the project status and get feedback from TAC, and that's included in the agenda report that we'll be presenting this item to TAC. But more importantly, and well, as part of this is also that we are using this as kind of an integrated network. So it's not just Columbia as a bicycle facility, which does not have to be a striped bike lane. We've, throughout this process, identified it as the potential for a protected bike facility there, either through a parking protected bike facility or through a buffered bike lane, but also how it connects to the Pasadena Avenue St. John future bike facility, how that connects to the Union Street cycle track, which included those 6 new traffic signals, and how that connects to the rest of our bicycle networks, including the north-south greenways. So it's part of the bigger plan that we have adopted with the Bicycle Transportation Action Plan, and as we continue to move forward with the Active Transportation Plan, it's one element of that. So to your point, yes, TAC will be involved in the process, and we will be requesting their feedback and then asking that they recommend any changes to policy to City Council, should there be any.
Well, my colleagues may have other thoughts, but my own view, again, is I feel this is one element of what we're searching for, which is a citywide network for both pedestrians and bicyclists. We have a citywide network for cars, as we should. But imagine if, there was major gaps in our city where you just couldn't drive, right? Because it was too dangerous. And that's the reality for much of our city. So we have protected bike lanes in some parts of the city, and painted bike lanes on a slow, narrow residential street is a completely different issue. The bike lane is helpful there. But on a street where people are going routinely 40 and 50 miles an hour, and there are thousands of cars traversing that corridor, to put a bicycle out there during rush hour is taking your life into your hands. So this is a very expensive project. It's this $1.2 million just to design it, right? So even though it's grant money, and sometimes we feel like grant money is free money, it's really not. It's taxpayer money, and it's money that could be devoted to other projects that make our city safer in that corridor. And so I hope that the TAC will be able to provide the citywide perspective, even as we engage the immediate neighbors as we should. So that's my thought, and others may have similar or different opinions.
Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Cole for those comments. And I, too, have communicated with staff about this. I think another aspect of this type of situation is that government is of necessity at times, and certainly Measure R funding is a good example of this, iterative. And so we can't sort of stop the world from turning while we plan the perfect community. We have to pick our shots, take these opportunities when we can. I'm buoyed that we're committed to alternative modes of transportation. I'm committed, and I think many of us are, to eliminating those 50, 60 mile an hour speeds on those southernmost streets as we move forward with the 710 project. I was buoyed tonight. We approved in the consent calendar the purchase of a bunch of EV vehicles and a couple of trucks that weren't EV, so we're moving in the right direction on these things. And I don't know, I'd be interested in knowing, Joaquin and Miguel, if we said we want to use this money for something else, would they let us do it? I wouldn't imagine they would.
If we came back and defined other projects, or that we did not want to accept this grant funds, we could create a separate list or set of projects with just the caveat that this did go through some initial outreach. It was recommended as a project because of the enhancements to bicyclists, pedestrians, and motor vehicles, and that price tag does include modification to the 3 traffic signals there. So Orange Grove and Columbia, including reducing those sweeping curb radius, really to try to make that a better intersection for pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as the intersection of Columbia, Pasadena, and Columbia at Fremont, that dogleg intersection, which carries a lot of that traffic. It's really, the traffic that's coming down Pasadena goes, half a block and then keeps going down Fremont. But the whole corridor of Columbia is taking advantage of this multimodal funding. So it's there's always the potential of saying we don't want this funding and going back and putting another project on the list. I just think that this project has a lot of support from both the community, the residents. We've been coordinating with South Pasadena on how this integrates to, again, reduce that traffic speed and enhance safety for all road users.
Yeah, and if I recall, we proposed this like 4 years ago, is my recollection. So
that's right.
It's been in the works, but I really appreciate Councilmember Cole's calling this out, and let's for sure look at options in terms of the actual implementation. Thank you.
Mr. Cole?
And I agree with Councilmember Madison on all of what he shared, including, ultimately, that's my main concern, is that we not consign ourselves forever to the idea that we're going to have a freeway running through the southern part of our city. And if this is a step in the right direction, I fully support it. My concern is that to the extent that we synchronize signals to facilitate traffic through there without adequate concern for other alternative modes, we may be actually cementing ourselves into freeway traffic. I know that's not the goal of anyone around this dais. So that's why I hope that the Transportation Advisory Commission will play a constructive role here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been the subject of a lot of discussion over the years. But Mr. Cole, the bicycle action plan, or Mr. Sekas, the bicycle action plan was intended to be that citywide planning, is my recollection of connecting bikeways. And we should know that, you know, there are different type of bikeways. They're protected, they're striped, and then there are even some that are not striped or protected. And so we do have a citywide network, and that action plan that resulted from citywide discussions, in my view, is that citywide plan. But if you can just address that.
It is a citywide plan. It's now, I want to say near its 10-year mark. So the next piece is the active transportation plan, which we had brought to council for acceptance of the grant funds and award of the contract, so that we can take that next step and look at the modes together, both bicyclists, pedestrians, and the Safe Routes to School network, in order to create one comprehensive plan. So we're not breaking up a pedestrian transportation action plan and a bicycle transportation action plan. We're looking at all the modes together.
And I think that's consistent with Mr. Cole's
Yeah,
comment.
we have a bike network on paper. The real question is, how do we translate the paper into one that people actually can feel safe riding on, and not just the 25-year-old fit person that wears Velcro, but people who are using bicyclists who, you know, younger people, folks who need to use or want to use a bicycle as opposed to driving a car. And it's incredibly difficult to compete with a car going 50 miles an hour 2 feet from you without any protection.
Yeah, no question there. Okay.
I will move the, unless you would like to do so, Mr. Madison?
I'm fine either way. I can second your motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? No. So item 1 is approved, and that completes the consent calendar. Good discussion. Thank you. We'll move on to item.
Well, we're going to continue items 11, 12, and 13, and you have that statement that.
Yeah. So this is, these are TEFRA hearings. Items 11, 12, and 13 are Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA hearings. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the government body of the jurisdiction which a project is to be financed with tax-exempt financing. And it's to be held where it's located. That means the city of Pasadena. City staff recommends that the 3 TEFRA public hearings.
And the projects are 1756 to 1776 East Colorado Boulevard, 2155 to 2193 East Colorado Boulevard, and 600 North Rosemead Boulevard. That's 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you. And and these will be continued to April 6th of 2026 at 6 p.m. If you are a member of the public who wishes to comment on this, you can reserve your comments to April 6, 2026. That would be helpful to the City Council's busy agenda. Otherwise, we'll give you 1 minute to.
I don't actually have any speaker
No?
cards
Oh, okay.
for
Well,
11, 12, and 13. so
We'll
we
take
should-
that minute back. And so.
We just need a motion for each one to continue.
Okay, so is there a motion to continue these 3 matters? Mr. Masuda moves, Mr. Lyon seconds. Are there any objections? Seeing none, those matters are continued.
So
Thank
each
you.
public hearing is continued to April 6, 2026 at 6 p.m. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And now we will turn our attention to item 14.
Yes, this is another public hearing, Mayor.
Mhm.
This is the time and place for the public hearing on substantial amendment to the 2025 Annual Action Plan for Home Investment Partnership Act. On March 5th, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. The city clerk's office received 2 letters in support of the staff recommendation. Those letters were distributed to the city council, posted online, and are part of the record for this public hearing.
And this is a routine annual matter. Mr. Wong, would you, or Mr. City Manager, would you like to introduce it?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Actually, I wanted to just introduce Director of Housing, Jim Wong, and he's with him is Randy Vampson, and we will have a short presentation and can answer any questions. Mr. Wong.
Thank you. This action before the council is to amend a federal budget planning document, basically to approve the allocation of the final tranche of home dollars for the Ramona Senior Project. This project, in November of 2023, the council adopted a development and loan agreement that committed roughly $2.75 million in home funding for this project. And this action this evening is to plan for the allocation of the last tranche, which was roughly $512,000 for this 100-unit senior housing project on 280 Ramona Street.
Questions, comments?
I'll
Mr.
move
Jones?
to close the public hearing.
Okay. Motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Oh.
My bad. I'm sorry, Ms. Burnt. There is one comment card. Sonia Burnt.
Ms. Burnt,
Apologize.
welcome back.
I don't oppose the, how long do I have?
2 minutes.
I don't oppose the amendment to the 2025 Annual Action Plan for another $500,000 of federal grant money for the Ramona Senior Housing Project across the street. But I believe a short discussion of the history of this project is in order, so hopefully we don't ever partner for such an enormously expensive affordable housing project again. Way back in December 2020, the city entered into exclusive negotiations with National Corps for a development and lease agreement, the key terms of which were approved in November of 2022. At that time, the estimated total cost of the project was just under $63 million. Today, the estimated total cost is $83.1 million with a per unit cost of $831,000. Why the extra $20 million? Only 48 of the 100 units will be set aside for seniors experiencing homelessness, and occupancy is not expected until 2028. As of the 2025 homeless count, we had 556 unhoused persons, 342 of which have no shelter at all. If the city commits to any more affordable housing projects like this one, we will never even make a dent in our homelessness crisis. The city must pursue cheaper housing models like modular housing. Also, I was informed recently that converting existing motels or hotels to housing would cost less than $300,000 per unit. Our unsheltered residents cannot wait years and years for the city to create the affordable housing needed to take them off the street. Many suffer from serious chronic illness, and our housing staff has described life on the street as very unsafe. Please provide keen oversight of this project until it's finished. Secondly, please urgently pursue quicker, less costly, affordable housing models for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnt. That completes the public
That
comment.
completes public comment
Okay.
on item 14.
Mr. Jones?
Made a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, and it was seconded by Mr. Cole. Are there any objections to closing the public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. And on the merits, Mr. Jones?
So move the staff recommendation.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that matter is approved. Thank you. Next, we'll move to item 15. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. This is the time and place for the public hearing on a quasi-judicial action appeal of the Design Commission's approval of an application for concept design review, DHP 2024-00261, for a new 4-story, 46-unit multifamily project with one level of subterranean parking at 511 South Oak Knoll Avenue. On March 9th, 2026, 327 postcards were mailed and 60 notices were posted. The city clerk's office received 22 letters in opposition, including one letter with 34 signatures, and expressing concerns with the proposed project, and 24 letters in support of the proposed project. All the correspondence was posted online, distributed to the council, and is part of the record for item number 15, this public hearing.
I'm going to turn to the city attorney for some guidance on the issues before us.
Thank you.
And what's appropriate for the council to consider.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, this is a public hearing on a quasi-judicial decision, and quasi-judicial decisions are subject to what's called fair hearing and due process requirements. That requires that decision makers be fair and impartial and make the decisions based on the evidence presented at this hearing. Council members should disclose any communications you've received outside this hearing that are not a part of the public record regarding this project at the beginning of the public hearing. So very soon before the staff report, if possible. Tonight, the City Council is asked to determine whether the project proposed at 511 South Oak Knoll complies with the city's design review requirements, including whether the removal of 2 trees complies with the city's tree protection ordinance, and those are factors which the council is to consider in reaching its conclusions, not matters beyond the factors that are set forth. If the council approves the project, an environmental determination is also required. Please note that 5 affirmative votes are required for the council to take action, and 1 council member is absent tonight. The absence of a council member may affect whether the council achieves 5 votes for a particular decision. As this is a housing project, if it appears the project will not get the required votes for approval, it is recommended that this hearing be continued to a date and time certain to allow for preparation of appropriate findings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. So the process will be that the city staff will make a presentation. Council will can have questions after the presentation. The applicant will then be given a 10-minute time, 7 to 10 minutes to make a presentation. The appellant will then get 7 to 10 minutes to make a presentation. The city council can ask questions, and then we will hear from the public, followed by an appellant rebuttal period of up to 3 minutes, and an applicant rebuttal period up to 3 minutes. At that time, the council can close the public hearing and begin deliberations.
Just one clarification before I turn to my colleagues. So we've all received emails, and do we have to just?
I believe those emails are part of the
Okay.
record already.
Okay.
The statement that would need to be made would be based on independent information such as a conversation outside of this process.
Got it. Yeah.
Or
I just want to
if
clarify that,
something,
yeah.
or you were at a meeting and something was discussed.
Got it.
Regarding this particular project.
Okay.
Mayor.
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you. This project is in my district, and I have had various contacts with both parties. First, during the design commission process, I organized a community meeting between the developer and the neighbors on Oak Knoll and surrounding streets. Subsequently, I have met both with the neighbors on Oak Knoll and with the project team separately. I have not met with any of the parties since the design commission finding that is before us now, and have not discussed the appeal with anyone. So I'm prepared to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Anyone else? Okay.
Have either party acceded to the idea of moving forward, given that we do not have a full council?
I don't know that that has been communicated to them, but they will have an opportunity to speak during their presentation, and they can indicate then if they have some objection.
Given recent history, I think as a courtesy, it would be helpful to give each party, put them on notice and give them the opportunity to wait until they can have a full council. We're the only city in California that has a more than a majority vote, or our majority is 5 out of 8. And so it's a super majority in effect. And so I don't want to make up policy on the fly, but I do think given recent history, we would be well served to ask each of the parties whether they are prepared to proceed under the circumstances.
To ask the parties themselves. I did speak with Mr. Hampton earlier today from wherever his travels have taken him, and he did not make any request to continue this matter. We did talk about another matter, but not on this matter.
And I would note, Councilmember Cole, when I mentioned that a council member is absent, and I think people can see that, they are on notice of that. The city can proceed even if someone objects. And I know the council likes to grant applicants and appellants all the fair process that they are entitled to. I'd also note that there may be a time, again, when you don't have a full council and it's continued to that date. So an applicant is entitled to a reasonable time frame within which to get a decision.
Sure.
But it's certainly fine to see if there is any objection. And I'm just reminding the council that you could technically proceed even if there is an objection.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just one member of the council, but it would be my preference that we have an understanding by both parties that it takes 5 votes to make a decision, and there are only 7 people around the dais.
Which happens more regularly than we all want. So why don't we, as a matter before we take the issue up on the merits, just procedurally, just ask the applicant who has due process rights in this proceeding what their view is on continuing.
You should ask.
Yeah, and we will.
The
we'll
appellant
ask,
and the applicant.
Yeah, we'll ask.
I think that they're not asking for your presentation
Yeah.
at this point, but just the answer
Timing.
to that question, correct?
We are okay to proceed tonight.
And can you state your name and
Yeah.
who you're representing?
Brian Taylor on the applicant side, K27 Capital LLC.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the appellant.
Good evening. My name is Brian Fulcher. My wife and I are the appellants. I'm not entirely clear what you all have just been saying. Sounds like you need 5 out of 8. You don't have enough people to get to 5, a supermajority. Should we proceed?
Well, we don't know.
We don't know that.
Well, okay. Should we proceed? We are prepared to proceed, but I'm not sure what the possible consequences are from a vote. I didn't quite follow what that could possibly result.
Right. So I think what Mr. Cole was saying was many agencies just require a majority vote. So that would mean theoretically tonight, 4 votes could prevail. But in this instance, because our charter says you need 5 votes, regardless of how many people are present, then it has the effect of needing more than quote unquote a majority of those who are in attendance. We don't know at this point what that means in terms of approval or denial of the project.
I think what we're trying to avoid is, once this matter is voted on tonight, you understand, all parties understand that, it's determined to be the council's action. If we get 5 votes or not, and then that you will have had your day in court with one member of the council absent. Now, we don't know where that member of the council would be on this matter. That's, also a risk that you take.
I think the essence of time, efficiency, commitment. We like these guys. You know, we know what the outcome's going to be. We just want, and we endorse the project. We just want to mold it in a little bit of a different manner, and we would enjoy having your sage input as well as the design commission. So to move it forward.
So you're okay to proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
There you have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, if he knows how it's going to end, maybe he could tell us.
Like, yeah.
Record, we don't.
We could solve, we could be more time efficient.
Mayor, I did want to seriously inquire of the city attorney and the city clerk. So there's a CEQA finding here. It's reminiscent of another matter that we don't need to talk about tonight. But so absent 5 votes to do something else is the default that the Design Review Commission's approval will stand, and that's final action by the city, including on CEQA?
Well, on CEQA, you would need 5 affirmative votes. Yes, you would need 5 affirmative votes.
So if there aren't 5 affirmative votes, then what happens?
Then it's not deemed approved.
Okay. Fair?
Mayor, we should.
Yeah, we should.
Allow
It's our city rules and charter that guide us, and it requires 5 votes. Correct?
Correct, and our code provides what happens in these types of cases, matters, land use projects such as this, what happens if you don't have enough votes.
As well as CEQA law, state law.
Yes.
Yeah, I do think, for what it's worth, Mayor, I appreciate Mr. Cole bringing this up, because I do think it's problematic, given the unique composition of the council and even numbered votes with no tie-breaking mechanism. And I would say it's not just whether the member who's absent wants to participate. That would be a factor I would weigh heavily, but it's also the combination of the entire council and everyone's views and inputs, and having a vote that nobody second guesses, I think. And I recognize it's hard to manage the constantly growing agendas that we have here. So
yeah.
I don't have strong opinions about it, but I do appreciate the notion that generally for quasi-judicial hearings, we should be a full council.
We always strive to be. We've heard from both sides, and I think both sides are wishing to proceed, and so yeah, why don't we turn to the staff report? I mean, unless there's a different view on the part of the council. No, ma'am. When we call your name for public comment. So, assuming you've submitted a card, and if you haven't, please do. So we'll turn to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Director of Planning and Community Development, Jennifer Page, will lead this presentation along with her staff.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it right over to Stephanie Cisneros, our senior planner, and she'll jump into the presentation.
Good evening, council members. As previously stated, this item is an appeal of a design commission approval of a concept design review application for a new multifamily development at 511 South Oak Knoll Avenue. To provide some project background, a concept design review application was filed on August 24th, 2024 for the proposed project, and on October 28th, 2025, the Design Commission voted 4-2 to approve the project with conditions. An appeal application was filed on November 7th, 2025. The project is located on a 38,350 square foot lot and will include the construction of one 4-story building over one level of subterranean parking. The project utilizes state density bonus law and achieves a total of 46 units by using adding their base density of 32 units with a proposed 42.5% bonus, which allows for an additional 14 bonus units. The project is eligible for two concessions and unlimited waivers. The project is requesting one concession to allow a building height of 47 feet 10 inches and a waiver to allow the planting of specimen trees rather than native trees as part of the replacement tree requirement. The project complies with the applicable standards and requirements and is consistent with all applicable design guidelines. The only entitlement required for this project is design review. Design review is comprised of 3 phases, with each phase building upon the other as the applicant addresses comments at each phase. The applicable guidelines for this project are the design-related goals and policies of the land use element of the general plan, design-related goals and policies of the Central District specific plan, and design guidelines for neighborhood commercial and multifamily residential districts. City Council's review tonight is limited to the environmental review, design review, specifically the project's consistency with applicable design guidelines, and tree removals. The project cannot be reduced in size, in terms of building size, beyond what the zoning code and state law allows for. This slide is showing an aerial of the project site outlined in red, which currently is a vacant parcel. Photos of the immediate context are up on this slide. The subject property is shown in the photo at the top right. The southern neighbor is shown in the photo at the top left, and the northern neighbor is shown on the bottom image. This slide is showcasing more of the surrounding context along Oak Knoll Avenue on both sides of the street. I'm sorry, on the east side of the street. This slide is showcasing the proposed project rendering of the east elevation facing South Oak Knoll Avenue. The appeal application makes five points related to the approval of the project. These are generally summarized on the next 2 slides, and I will go into them in further detail over the next few slides. Appeal point number 1 is that the design as approved does not comply with the neighborhood commercial and multifamily residential districts as stated in the city's findings for concept design approval. The project was assessed for consistency with all applicable design guidelines. It was found to fit within the context of the neighborhood, maintain a high degree of integration with the pedestrian experience, and incorporate high-quality materials and landscaping that complements the overall design. Conditions of approval were adopted to help further enhance the overall design as it moves into final design review. The Design Commission voted 4-2 to approve the project, with dissenting concerns expressed about the scale being incompatible with the context and warranting further studies of the footprint and unit locations to allow for a redesign. Subsequent to the filing of a request for appeal, staff coordinated a meeting between the applicant and appellants to discuss concerns raised in the appeal. Options for modifications were also discussed and provided by staff. The applicant restudied the design and a variety of alternatives based on the meeting and feedback, but determined the alternatives would result in a loss of square footage and or a reduction in number of units and or the addition of a 5th floor and the use of additional waivers. The applicant determined that they would not be pursuing modifications to the project. Appeal point number 2 is concerned with potential environmental impacts from various topics, and also a concern that additional studies would be required to address these potential impacts. Specifically related to light, the appellant argues that the light emitted from the enclosed corridors at the north and south sides of the proposed building have not been fully studied. The proposed corridors on the perimeter of the proposed building are fully enclosed, and in addition, the project will be required to comply with all building code requirements pertaining to interior and exterior lighting. As a note, minimum standard for lighting, interior lighting, is a 1-foot candle, which is a very low level of light. While not required, staff recommends a condition of approval requiring the applicant to engage with a lighting consultant, and this condition will be reviewed during the final design review stage and again during plan check review. As a note, interior lighting is not a topic for required study under the Class 32 exemption for CEQA. Also part of appeal point number 2, the appellant argues that the impacts to nighttime noise from the proposed 46 air conditioning units at the roof of the project operating simultaneously have not been sufficiently studied and addressed. The appellant also argues that additional noise will occur from the 4-story vertical walls reflecting existing noise coming out of the adjacent substation, and that existing ambient noise levels should have been taken in the evening hours when ambient noise is lower. City staff contracted with Eco Tierra to complete a noise study for the purposes of CEQA, which included an assessment of stationary noise, stationary noise, including the HVAC systems. The study determined that due to the HVAC locations and distance from surrounding buildings, the noise generated would not exceed ambient levels. In addition, Eco Tierra confirmed that nighttime noise is not expected to exceed the significance thresholds for noise. Regarding noise reflection from the substation, this is not a specific topic studied under a noise study. While not required, the applicant did have a study prepared, and Eco Tierra reviewed this study and concurred with the results that there would be no detectable change. The proposed project is a common type of residential development in an urban context that is not considered an offensive noise-generating use. The roof plan shows that the HVAC systems are grouped into a maximum of 4 units each and spaced relatively equally around the roof of the building. Eco Tierra calculated exterior noise generated from 4 HVAC units running simultaneously to be approximately 47.6 decibels at a distance of 28 feet. Exterior to interior noise reduction is 10 decibels with windows open and 20 to 35 decibels with windows closed, resulting in an interior noise level of around 12.6 to 37.6 decibels. For comparison, a refrigerator hum operates at approximately 40 decibels. The appellant also argues that there will be impacts to street parking due to the fact that no overnight parking permits will be issued for the project, and are concerned with how this may affect daytime parking permits. The project includes a subterranean parking garage, which will have 67 parking spaces on site for future residents, which complies with the zoning code. The 67 spaces also meets guest parking requirements. The Department of Transportation provided a condition of approval prohibiting the issuance of permanent on-street overnight parking permits. Department of Transportation oversees the implementation and enforcement of this program. Daytime parking must comply with posted rules and is not part of the overnight parking program. The appellant argues that the traffic studies prepared do not reflect the new population at the McKinley School. In response, the project scope falls below the thresholds for requiring CEQA-level traffic analysis since it is less than 50 units. However, a local mobility analysis was prepared that studied current and future traffic volumes to determine if improvements are needed to address traffic conditions associated with the project. The local mobility analysis concluded that the project will not have a negative impact on the existing transportation system within a quarter-mile radius. Although the local mobility analysis was conducted in December 2024, prior to the Eaton fire and subsequent move of the Elliott School to McKinley Elementary, Department of Transportation staff confirmed that the additional temporary population will not change the findings of the LMA based on the intersection level of service studied. The third appeal point is related to review of the project by the Department of Water and Power. The department has reviewed the project and provided standard conditions of approval to be addressed during plan check and/or during construction. These conditions do not affect the overall design of the project. The fourth appeal point is related to fire safety concerns and review by the fire department. The fire department has reviewed the project and provided standard conditions of approval for fire safety, which do not require design changes. And the final appeal point is related to the protection of the protected canyon live oak tree on the appellant's property that is immediately adjacent to the project site. The protected canyon live oak tree on the appellant's property has a canopy and root structure that extend onto the project site. 3 arborists have evaluated the tree in relation to the proposed project. The applicant hired an arborist, the appellants hired an arborist, and the city also brought on a consulting arborist. The city's consulting arborist recommended and determined the following points: that the level of pruning required would only be 10 to 20% of the canopy, which is an acceptable level of pruning. Pruning would only need to occur at the north side of the tree, immediately adjacent to the project. Relocation of 1 parking space in the subterranean garage would allow for excavation to be pushed out 17 feet from the trunk of the tree and avoid impacting major roots. This recommendation has already been incorporated into the proposed project. And finally, that the project continue to demonstrate compliance with the tree protection guidelines as it moves through final design review and then through plan check review. In addition, staff has worked with the applicant to ensure drawings are correct and reflect exact locations and dimensions of the tree. The location is based on a professional survey that was conducted for the project, which provides the most accurate depiction of the tree and its canopy. The colored elevations provided in the plan set are utilizing a general graphic for the tree and not the actual tree on site. With implementation of the conditions of approval, the project will comply with the purposes of design review and all applicable design guidelines. The project is consistent with the high-density residential land use designation of the site in the general plan and many of the general plan's guiding principles, goals, and policies. The project is consistent with the Central District Specific Plan and the CDRM 48 zoning district designation. Staff and the Design Commission reviewed the project for consistency with the design guidelines and policies in the land use element of the general plan, the design guidelines and policies in the Central District Specific Plan, and the design guidelines for neighborhood commercial and multifamily residential districts. The design has progressed since preliminary consultation. At the preliminary consultation hearing, the Design Commission provided the following comments: to create meaningful but simple articulation of the massing that is compatible to the context, to ensure cohesive treatments at all facades to provide simplicity, depth, and a connection to the context, to consider the building's siting and main garden's relationship to the public right-of-way, to study the enclosed circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air, and to ensure facade treatments on the sides and rear related to the interior programming, to treat the units at the ground floor that front South Oaknall Avenue in an articulated manner as primary entries rather than as secondary or patio access points, to ensure the communal spaces include amenities that will allow for use by the residents, to ensure that the project includes the required Pasadena building elements and craftsmanship element, and to study the organization of the internal programming to ensure a strong interior-exterior relationship. A revised design was presented to the Design Commission through the Concept Design Review application on October 28, 2025. The revised design incorporated changes and details as follows. It eliminated the raised walkways across the front, provided various roof forms at the front, noted materials and features incorporated that referenced the surrounding historic context, provided ground floor street-facing units incorporated as formal entries, provided outdoor amenities incorporated into the gardens, identified craftsmanship element and building elements, and provides equitable access to gardens throughout the project site. It is recommended that the City Council find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA under Class 32. Find that the project will comply with the purposes of design review, the design-related goals and policies of the land use element of the general plan, the design-related goals and policies of the Central District Specific Plan, and the design guidelines for neighborhood, commercial, and multifamily residential districts. And deny the appeal and approve the application for concept design review subject to the conditions in attachment B, which shall be further reviewed by the Design Commission during final design review. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Looking at the queue, Mr. Madison, followed by Mr. Cole and then Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation, Ms. Cisneros. I really just have more of a procedural question. There were references in the presentation to things the Design Commission did. What do we do with that? Because we're sitting de novo. Is that just to assure us that the process was sound or?
You are sitting de novo, meaning that it's new and it's like a blank slate. But you do have that information that was in your report, and whatever happened at the Design Commission and what they considered and what their recommendations were for information to support or consider in making your decisions.
So that's evidence that we can consider?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Ms. Bonneries and staff. Thank you.
Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon and Mr. Masuda.
I appreciate actually that basis, Mr. Madison, because I've two lines of inquiry. The first is if you could go back to the Design Commission's initial instructions or requests. But before we dive into this, so City of Gardens does not apply here, but this apparently is City of Gardens similar guidelines in the Central District Plan.
It is City of Gardens, traditional City of Gardens that applies here.
But it doesn't say that anywhere in the presentation.
We walked through that. There's in the presentation where it complies with all objective or all standards of the zoning code, including the City of Gardens standards. That was part of our presentation and the staff report.
So the whole purpose of the City of Gardens is to create either an interior or a frontage courtyard or garden that the majority of units relate to. Is that correct?
That's correct. And is visible from the public right-of-way, I think is another key feature of the main
Indeed.
garden.
Indeed. Mm-hmm. So this is bizarre that the enclosed circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air and ensure facade treatments to the sides and rear related to the interior programming. They completely ignored that with putting the these corridors on the outside of the building and then putting fake windows on so that it actually removes access to light and air for 3/4 of the units, because they have interior walls and then they have a front door onto a enclosed corridor, and then they have their back windows overlooking the courtyard. What was the explanation, and why did you find it in compliance? Because this seems to completely go against the whole theory of the City of Gardens.
I can introduce it, and I think staff could elaborate because they were at the past meetings, and I think the applicant will actually have some opinions on this as well, because part of the redesign that they looked at was if they could possibly flip that, and so they have some reasoning for that. But one of the main reasons was the existence of the substation on, is it the, what elevation is it, Kevin?
South.
The south? Yeah, the south elevation, and the noise that's coming from that substation, and not having the windows exposed along that elevation necessitated the interior corridor design. Staff may have more to add to that, but that's one of the primary reasons.
No, I think that covers it. Yes.
And I think when we hear from the applicant, they'll have more to add about what they studied in terms of looking at transitioning those to a corridor that maybe faces the garden instead.
So we end up with, so on the north and south elevations, all of those windows more or less are fake, is that correct? Except for the ground floor?
Yes. Oh, Kevin has something to add. to that.
This is Kevin Johnson, Principal Planner. I would just say that they're vision windows that you know, with clear glass that open into a corridor. So they're not like false openings or anything. They are actual windows, but they don't open into a unit. They're opening into the corridor.
And maybe, Stephanie, you could go to the slide that shows the elevation, so you can see what we're talking about. Here on these elevations.
So on this elevation, this is on the bottom is the south elevation, showing that condition, and then I can show you the next slide that shows the north elevation.
So on the ground floor, those are windows that that are connected to the units.
Correct.
Because their entrance is connected to the courtyard. But above there, those are windows
Looking into
on
the
an
corridor.
enclosed courtyard. And you wanted to show the north elevation? Yeah. Okay. The second question is one of the concessions they asked for was to substitute specimen trees for native trees. The theory behind the concessions is that the concessions make possible the affordable housing inclusion, and that's part of how they get to ask for concessions. And because our law requires them to make the inclusion of affordable housing, which is actually at the threshold that triggers these incentives, I'm puzzled why we would think that specimen trees versus native trees would make or break the affordability of the project. I mean, the whole purpose of the concessions is to make the projects more economically viable. What's the difference? Do native trees cost 10 times as much as specimen trees?
No, and so for the concessions, that has to result in an identifiable cost savings. Waivers are actually about a physical constraint on the development. And so they asked for the waiver, not the concession for the trees, just to distinguish between the two, because there's a difference there, okay? And then for the waiver.
It was under the concession category, so that's why I made that assumption.
Yeah, we called out that the concession was for the height, and then the tree plantings was a waiver. And the root system for native trees is larger than the root system needed for specimen trees. And so we had worked with our consulting arborist on this, and they concurred that typically, yes, the native trees would require a larger root system, which is a larger planting area. When you enlarge the planting area, it gets into the building footprint, which then relates to the building itself, physical building itself. So there is a correlation between the size of the planters and the size of the trees going into the planters. If we require native trees, they may not survive. They are proposing to plant some native trees. They're not all specimen, but for what's required under the replacement matrix, it is native to specimen. But they are going to plant some native trees as well. But in all transparency, if they actually planted some of those native trees, they may not survive.
And all of these trees are on a podium because you've got underground parking?
I believe so.
Yes,
I'm looking.
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions about the traffic and noise studies. So I mean, this might be for Mr. Sikas, but how did we arrive at the conclusion that the addition of Elliott to McKinley didn't appreciably change the traffic patterns? I will say the emphasis on the fact that it's a temporary change is temporary only in the very broadest sense of that word. We're years away from unless the school closes down, it's going to host both McKinley and Elliott. And certainly from a subjective point of view, we are aware of a traffic difference in the neighborhood since Elliott came. So I'm just wondering how we arrived at the conclusion that it wouldn't change the analysis.
Joaquin Sikas, Director of Transportation, for the record. Because it's a temporary condition, the amount of students that are at that school, it's not treated as a permanent condition that would continue throughout the
You're relying entirely on the temporary nature?
That's part of it.
And also
the other piece is that the school pickup and drop-off hours are outside of the peak traffic times, so that's another consideration that was taken into the analysis.
Okay, thank you. And then the noise study, the piece here, it's hard to quibble with the roof. If they say it's far enough away that we won't hear it, we won't hear it. I didn't necessarily see that they satisfactorily addressed the noise from the transformer. So how do we arrive at the conclusion that it wasn't just going to magnify that noise bouncing off that big wall?
It's actually not a topic. Reflective noise is something that's not required to be studied. So there are no standards for that, but it's not uncommon, as we had pointed out in the staff report, to have residential development next to substations. We actually have a number of them in the city. So you can have residential development. I think we actually go through it on, let me look what page it was. Give me a second. Where we note, it's page 6 of the staff report. It's not a unique condition to have the electrical substation in close proximity. Wilson Substation at McDonald Park within Bungalow Heaven. There's one, the Goodrich Substation at Eaton Wash, and near the residence on Eaton Drive of North Maple Street, and the Villa Substation. So it's not an uncommon occurrence to have the substations in residential neighborhoods.
Right, and this one is in the middle of a residential neighborhood now, but is it, in any of those, is it next to a very, very large, massive wall?
I don't,
And
I'm looking for
that's not,
staff.
that's
Sorry,
not an
I don't
opinion,
know.
I just
Yeah,
mean it's a big,
right. Yeah.
flattish wall. Because even, it
think those
occurs
are
to
all
me
in
that even if it
single-family.
doesn't affect the CEQA finding, it may speak to the findings we need to make about the general plan, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think all the other ones that we cited are in single-family neighborhoods, but we did, the applicants prepared a study that addressed this issue and determined that it wouldn't perceptibly change the noise, and our consultants looked at that and agreed with the determination. So that was submitted through the public comment.
Got it. I think those are my only questions now. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, there were 5 appeal points, and I thought staff responded to all the appeal points, and it was very understandable, at least for me. I read this whole thing. It came down to the very end for me. The appellant's property contains a protected canyon live oak tree. What steps were made to protect the appellant's tree?
So I think, as Stephanie had pointed out, there were 3 arborists involved. The applicant team hired an arborist for their application, the appellant team hired an arborist, and then the city hired an arborist as kind of an independent evaluator to guide staff on this that isn't affiliated with either party. And so we're following the recommendations of our independent arborist. And so through work on looking subterranean, and initially there was around 8 feet of, it was gonna be as close as 8 feet to the base of the tree subterranean. They recommended that be cut back to 17 or go up to 17 feet. And so they removed a parking space or relocated a parking space in the subterranean level to give, they wanted 17 feet of clearance. Here, thanks, Stephanie. Here's basically what was outlined by the arborist. They looked at the pruning that would be required and concluded that the pruning would be acceptable and that it has to be pruned at a certain time of year, and that we have tree protection guidelines. You have to do a tree protection plan that's required under the code that's prepared under an arborist, and it indicates how the tree will be protected during construction and monitored, and then monitored afterwards. It's not an uncommon occurrence to have construction very close to large trees, and so this is something that we've done before. This is following a lot of our standard code procedures, standard conditions, so that's something that's monitored through construction with building inspectors. It's monitored afterwards for the health of the tree, and you have to make sure that the protective fencing is in place at all times. So this is something that we have encountered many times before, so we're following most of our standard protocol.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other, otherwise we'll turn to the applicant for their presentation. Sir, if you'll step forward, identify yourself for the record again, and let's set the timer.
Yeah. So the
we'll change that one real quick. The timer's set for 10 minutes. I will ring a bell once when you have 5 minutes left, and then I'll ring twice when you have a minute left.
Sounds good.
Okay? And you're on. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hello again, Brian Taylor, project manager for the applicant. Thank you all for your time tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Of course, thank you, staff. You guys have been great to work with, as always. We're certainly excited to bring a new 46-unit residential housing project to the city of Pasadena. We love it here and hope to have many more projects. Unlike other developers, oftentimes these days, who will just entitle these things, these type of projects, and then sell it off to some sort of publicly traded company. K27 is actually an owner builder, so we're going to be around and you know, as we'll show tonight, we want to continue to be a good neighbor and work closely with everybody involved. One cleanup item, or a couple cleanup items, just on the conditions of approval. Condition 70 and 72, based off of our analysis with our specialists, we want to add language, or we don't believe that they're applicable to the project. And we'd like the city to be able to add language to say, if determined to be applicable, for conditions 70 and 72. Starting with the design, our goal was to design a project that followed the City of Gardens Development Code as closely as possible, and not just utilize state density bonus law, which so many projects these days are doing, and making cities, putting cities in a difficult position. This slide shows where we started. Top right is where we ended at conceptual design review, and the bottom is where we want to get to with final design review if given the opportunity. We met with the appellant multiple times throughout the process to review their concerns and discuss solutions that all parties could be satisfied with. Based on the analysis that we've done, which was extensive, we could not design another project that complied with everything that they wanted and didn't lose square footage or units. We did discuss other options that helped mitigate or lessen the impact of the surrounding communities, like fogging the windows or getting a lighting consultant involved to ensure that we don't just have lights on the exterior corridors 24/7. And we'll continue to do that. If approved, we'll move on to the final design review and continue working closely with staff and the appellant and everybody involved in this. Coming back to the humming noise coming from the existing transformer, as staff mentioned, it was not covered in CEQA, but wanting to be a good neighbor, we hired an outside acoustical engineer to complete the analysis to determine, because we were also curious what the impacts would be. And they came back, and as staff mentioned, the changes are not recognizable to the human ear, and happy to see that EcoTierra reviewed that as well. In regards to the tree, the existing tree that's on the appellant's property, we love the tree. We want it there. It looks amazing. It's going to help our project. It makes the neighborhood look beautiful. And so, as mentioned, we met on site with everybody, and we did what's referred to as air spading, where we exposed the roots with air to see the limits and where the larger roots specifically are located. And that's what led the city's arborists to make the determination that we should remove a parking stall, which we did, and also incorporate multiple conditions of approval to ensure that tree would continue to thrive. We did, as reflected if we get the chance to go to final design review, revise the landscaping in that area to ensure that we weren't planting anything in that area that would potentially disrupt those roots. Additionally, with the conditions in regards to pruning, we will follow and make sure that that is closely watched if given the opportunity. I'm available for any questions. We certainly want to make sure this is a great project and ensure that we can do everything in our possibility to make everybody happy.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Question?
Oh, Mr.
Lyon's ahead of me.
Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
So I want to go to what I think is the fundamental issue here, which is that from the first community meeting we had, from the concept design review, and again in the second design review meeting, the issue is really about whether the interior corridor works, whether it works for your building, whether it works for the neighborhood. The idea that, and the design commission, as they're wont to do, suggested all kinds of design solutions to you, which is not their job, but moving the massing to the rear was one of them. Bringing the two sides together, putting the two flat sides together, either flipping the two halves or bringing them together, and bringing the garden outside the building, which I think would solve your tree problem as well. So, and from both the community meeting and the concept design review, and now I gathered the meetings that you had with the appellant, that idea came up again and again and again. And the changes you've made have largely been to the facades and the materials, and nothing to the actual shape of the building. So you said that you've studied it extensively, so I want to hear about how you studied it and how far that design went.
Yeah, absolutely. So throughout the process, we continued to look at the everyone's suggestions, and including moving the walkways internally. We couldn't figure out a way to interpret the City of Gardens code in order to fit that mold. So instead of utilizing heavily on the state density bonus law, we came back to the City of Gardens and followed that. Additionally, we always felt that the exterior corridors provided the most privacy for all the surrounding neighbors, which we could further make with fogging the windows or doing different aspects to it to ensure that people aren't just looking into the neighbors' yards whenever they leave their unit.
So I'm going to push back on both of those a little bit. So on the City of Gardens, you could have gotten that with a waiver. I think the staff told you that you could have moved the open space outside with a waiver that you were entitled to, correct?
You know, I'm not too sure if exactly how we would do that with the waiver. I'd have to study it.
Did the staff advise you of that?
To utilize state density bonus law, they were giving us city code that we didn't necessarily agree with the interpretation.
Would that have been a suitable waiver to have taken the interior garden and moved that open space outside?
You could request, I won't say whether or not it's suitable, but can you request a
You
waiver
could
from that
request it.
standard? Yes.
Okay. And then the other point, what was the second point that you made?
Privacy?
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, because all of the neighbors who would be affected by the privacy, largely, who talked to you, I know in our community meeting, said they would rather see the open space on the outside than the purported concession to their privacy. So how did you arrive at that decision?
Again, just internal discussions, and we felt that not only for the existing residents, but for our residents too, and that privacy would be a big concern.
Was there ever a serious effort at a redesign?
Absolutely.
And what did that look like?
Extensive costs and time with our architect LCRA and Civil Southland.
So that was a conversation about a redesign, but there was not an effort at a redesign.
There was certainly an effort, yeah. And we have LCRA here too as well.
Yeah. Hi.
Ma'am, if you'll identify yourself for the record, please.
Good to see you.
Adele Chang, I'm with LCRA, the architect for the project. We did look at alternatives. We, by squeezing and assuming that waivers are even possible, putting the garden outside and so forth, we weren't able to get the same number of units. And the only way to do that was to go to a fifth floor. And we feel that a fifth floor is just too much for this neighborhood. 4 stories goes along with some of the 3+ mostly exposed garage levels, but a fifth floor would be too tall, and it would involve a different type of construction, type 3 instead of 5, and that would be much more costly. So we didn't go there.
So walk me through why you would have fewer units. I mean, literally, if we just took the flat outside parts and flipped them and put the flats together, you could almost do the same design. That's oversimplified, but the outside walls are flat, right?
That is oversimplified. I think you have to actually draw it and lay it out and find out that you lose square footage. Yeah, you may be able to have the same number of units, but they would be smaller units. And our clients have a certain target in terms of the market and, you know, the types of larger units and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, sir?
Nothing else from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole? Oh, sorry, Mr. Cole was next.
Yeah, look, I'm not an architect and I haven't done the detailed studies, but it's hard from a common sense standpoint to see why a however wide corridor on the exterior of the building would, if you moved the units into that space and put the corridor on the other side of these units, why would that have an impact? The elevator is, there's a corridor from the elevator to the outside. It actually seems like you could actually use less.
I think
And I know this is explaining complicated challenges to a layperson, but can you help us understand why you couldn't arrive at that solution?
Can I start by addressing another comment you made earlier first, and then I'll continue?
Absolutely.
You were wondering how come, whether we met the City of Gardens intent, which is for all units to be able to look into the main garden areas. And as it is designed, it is the classic City of Garden courtyard housing concept, with every unit having the ability from their living rooms and porches and decks to look into the main garden. Which is, I believe, the intent, and the majority of the RM48 housing projects approved in the city have this configuration. And this is what we have in terms of addressing the City of Gardens requirements, which is to have building elements surrounding 3 sides of the garden.
Here's where you're at a disadvantage, because you're speaking to a person who was the co-chair of the task force that developed the City of Gardens ordinance.
Okay.
So when we talk about intent, I feel that is where I am an expert, as well as, even though I'm not an architect.
Okay.
However, that aside, why can't you flip the corridors?
Why can't I?
Flip the corridors without reducing, because you have them on the ground floor, right? The front doors are on the ground floor.
Yes.
And so what about moving the corridors to the interior?
Okay, if we did that, you would have corridors facing, or catwalks facing the main garden, right? And units not looking into the main garden, but looking outside onto the neighbors and onto the substation. I do know, even though the people who live there have grown used to it or say they can't hear it, I have had other old clients who have looked at this property and heard the noise from the substation and decided to not buy it.
But at the ground floor, you have rear windows.
They are, but they are kitchen, bath, and bathroom windows, and pantry windows.
So, and that.
And the front, which is the living areas and the master bedroom, they face the courtyard, which is the main garden, is the garden that will have all the amenities and, the trees, the specimen trees that are being planted and so forth.
I appreciate the context, but you're not telling me that you couldn't do it without losing floor space. You're telling me why you don't want to do it, or why you think it's suboptimal to do it.
Oh, I wish maybe I had brought those exhibits, but we did actually come up with plans, and we did lose square footage with that design. It's just.
And then, so I won't belabor it.
Okay.
I hear you. So, Director Page, the assertion has been made, and I don't mean that in any doubting way, just the assertion has been made that locating an exterior courtyard would not comply with the City of Gardens. Many City of Gardens projects have that design. They don't always have interior courtyards. Is that correct?
I'm going to look to Kevin, but there are different ways he can, I'm going to start and then I'm going to let Kevin elaborate because he has more experience. But you can achieve your gardens in different ways. It doesn't all have to be around in the center. But the primary focus is that you do have the largest kind of central main garden, and then you could have various other gardens throughout. So it still is the main garden concept. But can you have variations on that? Yes, and I'll let Kevin maybe explain a little bit about what we see.
Yes, in the ordinance, there are options for placing the main garden, for example, adjacent to a large healthy tree or some existing exceptional feature such as that, or next to a single-family house to create greater space. So there are a number of options, and those are the, when the applicants were talking about, what information staff provided to them, we provided them with those options of where the main garden could potentially be located to possibly study redesigning based on those standards. There are other standards that go into that, though, in terms of having to enclose the main garden for a certain amount of its perimeter, and providing access to units from the main garden. So there would have to be other redesign efforts related to that. And so I think after providing that information to the applicants, my understanding is that they studied that and found that they were not able to achieve that. But there are options available in the code for placing the main garden and ancillary gardens.
May I add
And one last question, and then.
Okay.
And to what extent do we as a council or the Design Commission, which heard this first, have the ability, in order to meet the spirit of the City of Gardens, to divert from the letter and/or to utilize state density bonus law to override the letter of the City of Gardens? Those are two different alternatives.
Yeah, so I think your first question is, could the city council require
in this
something different
capacity.
tonight, like require that there be a different configuration, and could you require the corridors to be in a different location? Could you require and so if it's tied to the design guidelines, theoretically, yes, you could request those changes. It has to be tied to the design guidelines. And I think the second part that you're getting at is maybe denying the waiver or concession or waiver. I think. I'm not sure if I read that.
No, I'm suggesting a different waiver, which is a waiver. What we're hearing, and if I've misinterpreted, then the applicant can clarify. What I'm hearing is that in order to meet the letter of the City of Gardens, which has a main garden, that there's no way to redesign this away from these exterior corridors without losing square footage and/or units. And I think that what Mr. Lyon has raised and what the neighbors have raised and what I'm raising is the ability to design this to the actual context, meeting the spirit of the City of Gardens, but taking into account the substation, the mature protected tree, in a way that that maintains. I think not necessarily to my personal aesthetic taste, but I think that the front elevation works very well, and you've made a lot of improvements to the front elevation.
Thank you.
And it's the side elevations, both from the standpoint of meeting the spirit of the City Gardens and the privacy issues and the lighting issues that the neighbors have raised. That's my concern, and I'm wondering to what extent do we have the ability to address that without losing square footage or units, because that's not something I'm seeking to do, and it's not something we have the ability to do.
And I'm looking for clarification to Caroline, city attorney, because I believe that procedurally, we would have to deny the concession or waiver, and then you would have to you would be requiring something that would require a different concession or waiver that the applicant would have to agree to.
Right, so I think there's a few questions in here. Caroline Monroy, Assistant City Attorney. I'd start with one question, which is, the receipt of a density bonus concession or waiver shall not mean that the project is inconsistent with our zoning code. As far as spirit, whether that's consistent with the spirit of the City of Gardens standards, is a question I would look to planning for. For the purposes tonight, the applicant has requested a particular concession and waiver. And in order to deny that concession or that waiver, the City Council must make certain findings, and written findings, which are currently not prepared. However, we can explore that and discuss those standards if that's the question that's being asked.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You had some additional.
Yes.
Yes, the City of Gardens, I applaud you for that ordinance, so I think it's very well done. It has a lot of detail in it. It's not just about the main garden and the ancillary gardens and so forth. There's also a section about frontage length. The way our building is right now, it is separated, it's very obvious, into two separate masses, and that relates to the maximum frontage allowed. If we were to smash the building together, have an internal hallway, that would be gone, and that would be an additional concession that we would need because we would exceed. And also, the way it is right now, every single unit on the project has a view into the main garden and the ancillary garden. If we were to have the interior corridors, half of in the garden on the south side to benefit the appellant, then all the units on the north side and the west side would not have any view or access to the garden without having to leave the building, walk around, and go in.
I agree with that concern. That's one option, but the other option is to have an open interior hallway, which is the case in a lot of garden apartments all over the city, which then, again, the spirit of the City of Gardens is that people actually see their neighbors other than in the garage. But I won't belabor that. I think we've probably exhausted the patience of my colleagues, and we'll move on to hearing the appellant.
No, Ms. Rivas has a question.
Actually, I want to keep going on this. Just because I was a little confused initially by Councilmember Lyon and Councilmember Cole, where you were going. And just to confirm, I guess a question to staff. The staff's position, and I think I agree with it based on everything we've seen, is that the current proposal, which we see right here, meets the City of Garden standards. That's correct?
That's correct.
And there's more than one way to meet those standards.
That's correct.
And so we couldn't deny it simply for not meeting it in the way that we prefer tonight. Is that correct? I mean, it meets the standards, it meets the standards.
It's the staff recommendation that it meets the standards. Are there different ways to meet the standards? Yes.
Right.
And so that would have to be explored, but you would have to deny their
But we wouldn't have a
requests.
basis to deny it because it just doesn't meet the standards in our preferred way.
We would have to come back with written findings to substantiate the denial of the concession and waiver. And then you would have to, and what the applicant is saying is that it would result in different concessions and waivers instead from different standards, because there's a variety of different standards in City of Gardens. And so then those would have to be explored, and the council would have to support those. So it's a push and pull,
Very
but
convoluted way to get
there's
to
different ways of meeting the
direction we'd
standards.
that some would want to see. So I appreciate the appellant's explanation and staff's response. I agree that what we've seen meets the standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from the appellant.
The appellants.
Appellant.
Yes, so they have a model that they want to bring to the center of the horseshoe, and it's just going to take a minute or two for them to set it up.
Sir, we can't hear you on the record, and this needs to be on the record, so if you'll just set it up and we'll take it from there. And it's not that we don't want to hear from you, it's just that
And if the applicant wants to come to look at this, they can take a look out also, if you need to.
Yes, please do.
Again, we're not talking to you guys.
okay.
All right. So assuming you guys are just about ready,
Yes,
you
thank
have
you
10
for-
minutes. I will ring the bell at 5 minutes, and then I'll ring a bell twice for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Amanda Elioff. My husband, Brian Fulcher, and I are the appellants. We live at 541 South Oak Knoll, which is just south of the developed property. I think you've heard a lot about the basis of our appeal, so I will move on from that in the interest of time. I want to just say before we get further into this that we are not seeking less dense construction. We support additional housing. We are really seeking a building that achieves design excellence, accommodates the density, but it's mutually beneficial for the developer, the new residents of the building, and maintains the neighborhood character, which is something we haven't talked about yet tonight. We've been discussing this with the Design Commission and the community for over 18 months. Suggestions to improve the design, including the massing of the building and adding perimeter landscaping. 2 of the 6 design commissioners voted against the concept design, basically saying that the massing was problematic. The context has been looked at already today, but it didn't really mention how many historic buildings are on the street and how many mature trees there are. So let's talk about some of the other design issues. What's driving a lot of our appeal. This building is set back only 5 feet from the property line. The dark gray is the building. The 5-foot highlight is the 5-foot setback. Some of this is actually in a trench because of the site grading. It's got a very narrow interior courtyard. It's about 38 feet, which is about the width of this room. But they meant to say the 5-foot setback allows for 0 planting around the corridor. It's 4 stories. There are no height variations in these vertical walls except for one corner. We've talked about the site constraints being this substation. We live next to the substation. I thought it would be a problem when I first looked at my house. It is not. And we have single pane windows. We love it there. We like the substation. We look down on it as well. And this is, I don't really know how to point to something, but you can see the protected oak tree in the corner. We'll get to that a little more later. So we've been talking a little bit about the Pasadena design guidelines, and these were developed to preserve Pasadena's character and scale. and be given the highest priority for future development design. They address street character, block character, and relating to neighbors by massing and scale. We don't believe this building complies. Why? Well, let's talk about the criteria that was used. Matching or complementing adjacent building heights and massing and scale. This is 4 stories, a big box, 2 stories higher than anything next to it. There are no step backs that respect adjacent property. Sunlight is blocked to the adjacent 2-story properties. There's no green space on the outside due to those very narrow setbacks. There's also light emissions that I'll show you a little more about. There is a 15-foot historic setback, which we are very happy to see, but it's really not enough for the oak tree. So a little more about these corridors. They are extensive. On the exterior enclosed corridors are on floors 2 to 4. They have to be lit 24/7, which the view on the bottom is kind of what it would look like at night. One of the design commissioners said it'd be like living next to an office building. I know they say there's a lighting consultant that's going to come on board, but after 18 months, nobody has found a solution. This additional floor space used for the corridors could be living space. So I do think there's more. I really would like to see the studies that they've done that says we would lose square footage. That design with exterior corridors is unprecedented. The design, because of these the narrow interior courtyard with 4 stories, really much sunlight doesn't reach the inside of the corridor, and it also blocks the sun from the building on the north. And this is just an issue with 4 stories and a long, narrow site. And I was really interested in this discussion of the City of Gardens. We think that really it doesn't quite meet it because you can't see the garden from the street. If you're in a car going at 20 to 30 miles an hour, and most cars go faster, you can see it for 1 to 1.5 seconds, sorry. Pedestrians see it for a few more seconds. And remember, there's a 6-foot gate. I'd like to talk more about the City of Gardens, particularly the intent of it, but I do know the ordinance encourages taking advantage of adjacent gardens, green spaces, and trees. And staff did offer a number of solutions. Putting the gardens on the outside would benefit all. More square footage improves the massing, additional open space, separation for privacy, and a better emergency access. The Design Commission agreed gardens on the outside would be highly desirable. And the residents would get mountain views. An acceptable design, we think, would actually respect the adjacent properties. I've been through this before on San Pasqual with Granite Park. We went from 3 to 5 stories, very successfully worked with the developer, the planning group, and the neighborhood. So now I'm going to turn this over to Brian to talk more about the tree.
Again, my name is Brian Fulcher. We live at 541 South Oak Knoll, and we're the appellant. The images you're seeing now, or the next several images, will have to do with this protected canyon live oak tree. The upper image, sadly, doesn't it's a great image. Just doesn't show you where the tree is. It doesn't show the conflicts with the building. As we saw it, we actually didn't pick this up till we got into the concept design. The lower image on the left, we produced with some of our help from our young CAD people. It's a better image. Probably shows the tree, the trunk, and the relative relationship. So we built this model, as you see here, and it was meant to be interactive. It was meant to start out as building blocks for children. It actually does fold up. It actually does have a piece that comes out of it. You can see it on the right side here. There's a little sliver that comes out, that the yellow thing being the elevator that's in contact with the tree. But when you actually push the blocks together, collapse the 30-odd foot center garden, retrieve the corridors, retrieve the setbacks, 5-foot setback my wife talked about, you end up with a net gain of interior space, which for us was a very good learning tool by using this model. So the interior space being collapsed is a little bit crude because we didn't want to butcher the interior faceting. That there's a strip in here, we could just call it the interior 6-foot two-way corridor with trees on the outside. The trees are pretty well to scale. Much of everything here is precise scale based on the dimensions on the drawings. So then we thought, well, we'll take this one step further. And we did talk to the applicant quite a bit, and they're actually quite productive, constructive. This is our estimate. We're not shy about this.
Wish we could see it.
Well, what it says in broad terms is you recover corridor space, setback space, apply it at $1,000 a square foot, or 2 years from now, whatever the price may be, you are $3 million ahead. You eliminate 2 exterior walls and commute 2 other exterior walls into an interior wall environment, you save money. We didn't go back to means cost guide, we just took numbers that seemed reasonable based on square foot prices developed from parts and pieces from Home Depot. We got up to almost $5 million, and we weren't trying very hard. But that's the found money from moving the sides together. Is that the end? Okay, I'll do it really quick. Okay, thank you. The big issue here, and the applicant's already talked about it, and I think there's some integration in thinking. This protected live oak tree is really, really important. And it is really not subject to much compromise. This is the city's guidance on root protection, canopy protection, and so on. This is a fantastic display of what you really need to do for fencing, among other things, around a protected tree. It's also on a landmark property. It is majestic, it's enormous. We're very proud of it. But we don't want to shift risk of a building construction encroaching on the tree, roots, canopy, construction operations, and the thing upset. We've already had 2 trees in our neighborhood fall over. And fortunately, they didn't do particularly a lot of damage. This is the original drawing from the preliminary design of the arborist. I'm really running out of time, so I will jump to conclusions. These are construction phasing, canopy issues.
You could wrap it up, sir, because
I will do it right
we wanna
away.
be fair to everyone.
I know. We want to make sure the density bonus does not affect a lot of what we're talking about. We're not here to really say much about it.
Okay.
Our recommendation is send this back to the design commission.
Thank you.
Ask for their sage advice, build some workshops, work collaboratively with the parties, and make this a better project.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your
sir.
time.
Okay, now we have,
Unless there's a question.
oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you again, Mayor. A couple of questions.
And the
for either of
appellants
you.
can come forward.
So the presentation focused mostly on the tree and the setbacks. But your appeal also mentions the noise and traffic issues. Did you have your own noise or traffic studies done?
We had some informal ones, actually, because I work for an engineering company, and their opinion was, and again, informal, that the nighttime noise should be studied because they made assumptions about air conditioning units that are on a roof, and they didn't take any nighttime noise measurements. So that's what we're worried about, not 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the measurements were
But nothing we
taken.
have in the record in terms of a report on either of
No.
those? Okay. I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have an opportunity for rebuttal.
We have public comment.
Okay, public comment.
So I have 16 speaker cards, so as I call you, if you could queue up down the center aisle. Alexander Wagner, Les Hammer, Nicole Roberts, Scott Reitz, and then Deborah Tannenbaum. So if you've heard your name, Alex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, welcome.
You'll have 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gordo and council members. Today I'm speaking against the appeal that is the subject of the agenda item 15. I feel I'm qualified to talk on this subject. I used to be a resident of Pasadena. I loved living in the city. I still work in the city. I work across the street in a law firm. And with that job, I can't afford to live in the city. I got priced out of living here in Pasadena, the city that I've grown to love. I served my country as a combat engineer. I decided I wanted to live in this city. When speaking on this agenda and this appeal, I understand that it might not be the perfect facade that you want. It might not be the perfect building that you want, but from my understanding and from what I've read about the staff report, it meets both the City of Gardens, I believe it is, standards, and it meets what we need in this city, especially with the Eden fires that took many of my friends' homes. We need more housing, and this project gives that, and it gives it so that it's affordable. I want people to be able to live in this city. The city is made of people, and without the people's ability to live in it, you're not going to be able to have a city to live in. And so thank you for listening to me, and I just hope that you guys can work forward so we can build this community, and hopefully one day I can afford to live in here again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Les Hammer, followed by Nicole Roberts, Scott Reitz, Deborah Tannenbaum, Susie O'Neill.
Mr. Hammer, welcome back.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. My opposition to the Oak Knoll project stems from my militant opposition to Senate Bill 79 that threatens to take a sledgehammer to single-family neighborhoods. I know from previous media reports that Mayor Victor Gordo and other council members are opposed to, or at least have a lot of questions about SB 79, but whose side are all of you really on? I mean, you're all progressives. You helped to create a one-party state, a party that has been in power for 14 years. With your endorsements and or your votes, you helped to put Gavin Newsom, Rob Bonta, and Ricardo Lara in office, and the result is a Democratic supermajority and a state with the highest rates of crime, homelessness, cost of living, gasoline prices, insurance costs, rent, and taxes. When it comes to so-called affordable housing, you cannot build any housing project without setting aside X number of units for so-called affordable housing. And I think the dirty little secret about a lot of projects, I'm not saying this applies to Oak Knoll, is that after 10 years, because of the transient nature of people who occupy affordable housing, that after 10 years, those units will revert to market rates. And when it's all said and done, the state can overrule the Planning Commission and the Zoning Department. So my word to the council is, instead of filing lawsuits against the Trump administration that may go nowhere because of the Supremacy Clause, how about a lawsuit to overturn SB 79? I doubt that Victor Gordo or any of you want a 4-story monstrosity overlooking your backyards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
Nicole Roberts, followed by Scott Reitz, then Deborah Tannenbaum, Susie O'Neill, Michael Canavan, and then Ellen Yu.
Ma'am, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thanks for listening to us. My name's Nicole Roberts. I'm an owner in the adjacent North Lot in 501 South Oak Knoll. Just want to be clear, we want affordable housing. We want a diverse neighborhood. We do want to keep meeting with the spirit of the City of Gardens. We just are asking for something more varied that meets the spirit and something we can look on for years to come and feel proud of, raise our families there. I want to speak specifically for 501. We are separated by McKinley and Elliott's Art Magnet now with just a chain link fence. And I know the traffic studies, as Councilman Lyon pointed out, have really just addressed the temporary nature of the students there. But I want to call your attention to the fact that it's not just students. We have daily soccer games that go into the night, sometimes 9:30 at night, with extremely loud generators that pour in light into our living rooms. And I can't even walk my dog outside because it's deafening and she gets really upset. So I can't even open my windows till about 10 o'clock at night now. So I just want to see if this was something that was even considered in any studies. Because as the people who live there, the gentleman who spoke earlier, yes, I do want to see a better suited Pasadena for all people who can afford to live there, especially after the fires. But for just those of us who actually do live there, it's become somewhat of a really unpleasant experience where I don't really want to go outside much. So I just want to speak to that exterior garden. Not only would it help provide a setback so we could have a little bit of space on our south side, but perhaps it could let in some actual natural light and provide a more natural barrier to the noise which will certainly be generated by a 46-unit building. So with that being said, I just want to say too, in those really hard winter months, where we have rain, we have darkness. If we have no light in our kitchen, in our living rooms.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you. I just want to say that we want this to be a happy place to live, so thank you for considering.
Thanks, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
Scott Reitz, followed by Deborah Tannenbaum, Susie O'Neill, Michael Canavan, Ellen Yu, and then Thomas Ty.
Mr. Reitz, welcome.
Hi, my name's Scott Reitz. I'm the tenant at 500 South El Molino Avenue. I moved there last year, so I've been in Pasadena, a Pasadena resident for a year. I did not know that this project was happening when I moved in. Since I moved in, I've enjoyed more than a year of beautiful sunrises. Really enjoyed my view. And I realized that there's no way that this building can be created without severely impacting that. However, all of the presentations I saw from the developer's perspective seemed to really lean towards providing an aesthetic experience for the tenants of the building with very little concern for what's being impacted on the neighbors. And certainly, I feel terrible for the people just to the north, but everyone at El Molino that abut to the north, or to the west of the building, it's a very imposing presence for everyone on the sides. So I just wanted to further agree with everyone that external gardening, a little bit more exterior space, would have a very positive effect on the neighbors, the people that live there already, as opposed to the new tenants themselves.
Thank you, sir.
Deborah Tannenbaum, followed by Susie O'Neill, Michael Canavan, Ellen Yu, Thomas Ty, and Humaira Afzal.
All right. Hi. Yep. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking my comments. I was a pediatric nurse at Children's Hospital. I was a special educator with a master's, K through 12, LA Unified. I worked at PCC in the Disabled Student Center, and I got another master's in ESL, and I worked at Glendale College. I bike every day around town, and the problem I see is density. 48 units on a half an acre leaves 561 square feet per unit. There are only 64 parking spots down below in the garage. That means that for 46 units, you may have up to 60, 80 cars, because there are two people to a unit. There's no parking on the street, barely any parking. There's limited parking, 2 hours on each side per day. You have to have parking permits. Also, the soccer teams and the baseball teams after school. You have the elementary school, McKinley. You have Elliott Junior High. You have the high school, continuing high school at the end of the block. You have the Pasadena Unified School District at the end of the block. We have all of these condos, and it's a joy to see this playground with the kids. 48 units on a half an acre seems like a very little space for people to enjoy their life. I want more housing. I saw land on just south of Del Mar and west of Orange Grove where there's at least 2 acres of nothing. They could be built there maybe, too, also. So not just pack in 48 units. And the structure of the building would be nice to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Susie O'Neill, followed by Michael Canavan, then Ellen Yu, then Thomas Ty, Humaira Afzal, Sam Alcorn, Erica Foy, Micah Polka, and then there's another 3 after that.
Ma'am, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Susie O'Neill. I live at 500 South El Molino. My apartment backs directly up to the southwest corner of this proposed facility. The beautiful city won't be visible from my apartment or other surrounding apartments, and I really appreciate Councilman Lyons' focus on the impact that the proposed development will have on the people who already live there. a four-story wall is going to have a major impact on the regular enjoyment of the people who already live there. And I thank you very much for focusing on this, Councilman Lyon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Michael Canavan, then Ellen Yu, then Thomas Ty.
Sir, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Canavan. I'm a Pasadena resident. I'm here tonight to ask you to deny the appeal and allow this housing project to go forward. This project is on a vacant lot. It won't demolish any residents or displace anyone. It has 6 affordable homes, including 5 for very low income owners, and it complies with everything in the city code for zoning, open space, and parking. This would be a 4-story building in a neighborhood already zoned for multifamily housing with 2 3-story apartment buildings across the street. I took a look at the full staff review, which contains hundreds of pages of environmental review of the project's emissions, traffic, and noise impacts both during construction and operation. And that's in addition to the independent arborist assessment and the acoustic analysis. I'm no expert. I would say that that is a thorough study, and I trust the work of staff and their consultants. I'm doing my best to keep things quasi-judicial tonight, but the world is not quasi-judicial, and I do also want to talk about people who might not be here tonight. And that's the 46 individuals, couples, and families who would live in this project, and the many more people who would, throughout this city, who would benefit from them living here. And adding their talents and their energy to our city. We just had a report from the Rent Stabilization Board that showed that the median rent in Pasadena is $2,700 per month, and that we have only a 4% residential vacancy rate. That's a severe housing crunch by any measure. As a renter, I feel it, and there are many others who feel it too. I appreciate the appellant's deep research on this subject, but these redesigns are not costless either for developers or for the renters who ultimately live in the building. 2 weeks ago, this council did the right thing and approved an emergency measure to keep people who can't afford housing of any kind safe. I'm grateful for that. This is the same crisis, just a different level of intensity. Please do the right thing again tonight, deny the appeal, and make way for housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ellen Yu, followed by Thomas Ty, then Humera Afzal, then Sam Alcorn.
And by the
then
way,
Erica Foy.
By the way, welcome, ma'am. The quasi-judicial applies to the council. As long as your comments are relevant, and I found them to be relevant, you're free, relevant to the issues before us, you're free to make those comments. It's just a procedural matter, substantive procedural matter that quasi-judicial applies to, for the council. Ma'am, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ellen Yu. I am an owner of a unit in 501 South Oak Knoll, which is the neighbor to the north of this complex. Despite the best efforts of people involved, this complex, while it does provide very much needed housing, and I am totally in favor of needed housing, it basically, any spaciousness or, light that is felt by its occupants is at the expense of its neighbors. It builds a house, but does it build a community? Does it build a neighborhood? And so I've actually been very encouraged to hear the discussion that has happened between everyone involved, all the stakeholders. I know people are trying to find the best way, the better way. I don't think the complex as proposed is the best way. I'm encouraged that people are trying to find the better way. And I think to do that is to approve the appeal by the appellants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sir?
Thomas Ty.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for all your comments. First of all, I want to thank our staff, the city staff. I know that you're all dealing with so much that is on your plate already, and the plate never becomes empty because of this new state laws that happen every year. So I truly thank you for all of the hard work that you have done on this one single project. Which also brings me to the next question, is that I've heard a lot tonight, but I still haven't heard any evidence that the staff is wrong in their findings here, or that their recommendations are incorrect. And that is why I want to ask you to deny this appeal. I don't live in a perfect world. None of us do. I understand that we all have rights to decide what we like for design, what we think the best building might look like, but we also should think about the wider context here. is that you're all aware we are facing a budget crisis and that PUSD is on the verge of being taken over by the county. And we will continue to have these crises unless we increase our tax base and unless we wish to revisit Proposition 13 or keep coming back to the voter for more bonds, more sales tax votes. The best way to increase our tax base is to build more housing and have more new neighbors here. And that's why I'm asking you to deny this appeal. I hate brutalism, as an example. I think it's a horrible design concept. I wish it never happened, but that's my opinion. And faced with the choice of potentially having an endless ping pong back and forth to no end of more design review, searching for some perfect that may not exist, and potentially having this project become completely unviable and have no housing, I would ask you to deny the appeal and have this housing happen so we can have more neighbors, increase our tax base, and help address the housing crisis that so many of us are living in. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I'm going to announce the last 6 speakers: Mara Afzal, Sam Alcorn, Erica Foy, Mike Polka, Douglas Faya, and then online is Dimitrios Gerasmiatos, Christina Saylor, and then Lisa Jacobs will be the last speaker on this item. That's all the cards that we have right now, and not accepting any more. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I am a Pasadena resident living in District 7, and I would ask that you listen to your highly qualified staff and please deny this appeal. City staff responded to every element of the appeal. There are no valid grounds to not let this project move forward to the next phase of the process. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. City Council's role is to vote based on the rules and the evidence presented. It isn't about whether the building they proposed is what everyone would like to see, as if everyone would even ever agree about that. But it's about whether the plans meet all the legal and procedural requirements, and I have not seen any evidence that they don't. So I'm going to end with that, and I'm going to say my t-shirt says homes for all, not homes for all like the neighbors want, and definitely not homes for all with a mountain view. We need homes for all. As many have said, there is a very big housing shortage. We need more homes built, and we need to stop this letting things drag on forever, which makes the process take longer, and if they do eventually get built, they end up costing more because it took more time. Thank you. Please deny the appeal.
Thank you.
Sam Alcorn, followed by Erica Foy, then Mike Polka.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening. Sam Alcorn here, resident of District 3. I'm urging the council to deny this appeal and uphold the approval. Your staff report correctly reflects your legal obligations here. On this appeal, the council's review is limited to design guideline consistency, and conditions that would render the project infeasible are not permitted. As you just heard from them, the applicant and their architect studied the appellant's requested redesigns and found them to be infeasible. Under Government Code Section 65915, the council cannot impose conditions that render a density bonus project infeasible. The tree concerns are already addressed through a required arborist protection plan. That's the correct mechanism. Please follow your staff's recommendations, deny the appeal, and uphold the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Foy, followed by Mike Polka, then Douglas Faya.
Ms. Foy, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. It's been a while. I'm
It
happy
has.
to be here. It has. I've been thinking a lot about this project and what it represents beyond this one site, because what's in front of you tonight doesn't feel like a routine decision. The city is asking you to approve this project under a CEQA exemption, concluding that there are no unusual circumstances. But when you actually look at this site, it's hard to understand how that conclusion was reached. And I will say, this concern isn't new. We saw similar questions raised at St. Philip's about applying CEQA exemption next to a sensitive site. So I have to say, when will we actually recognize something as unusual? What will it take? We have a mature defining canyon live oak and immediate adjacency to historic resources. These are two of Pasadena's most important defining features. These defining features are what make Pasadena so special. They cannot be ignored. The city's own report acknowledges that this project will require measurable pruning and construction activity in close proximity to the tree. Once that impact happens, it cannot be undone. Mature trees are not decorative. They are part of Pasadena's environmental infrastructure. They provide shade, reduce heat, and contribute to the livability of the city, which it's known for. And yet, key issues like tree protection and design are being pushed to their limits with density bonus. If we don't get this right now, we are looking at this happening all over the city with SB 79. And there's a growing concern that Pasadena is beginning to accept a lower standard overall. When you look at cities like Santa Barbara, it's clear that growth and preservation can coexist because they make those decisions early and they hold to them. So this isn't just about Oak Knoll. It's about whether we are going to grow thoughtfully or gradually lose the very qualities that define Pasadena. Other cities have shown this balance is possible. The question is whether you are willing to assist on it here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Polka, welcome.
Mike Polka, then Douglas Faya, then we'll go to those virtually.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Polka. I feel that the applicant seems to be more than trying to accommodate this design. I'm in favor of low-income housing and keeping costs down. I am a certified California native plant landscaper, and I have seen Caltech try and build around ancient oaks and have failed. And then when I asked for a report, I never got a response from Caltech. This is a native tree. It's a canyon oak. It's rare. It can grow 90 feet tall and 60 feet wide. I think they're trying to accommodate this housing design. And I appreciate the underground parking. And if we do need to have a garden in front, which would be nice, is there a way for the city to allow a curb bump out for a large tree to grow and create less urban heat island effect? And then I also noticed the concrete planters, which also absorb urban heat. And has there been a study based on how much heat that those concrete planters will radiate? And then as far as the lighting, that's a lot of light trespassing, and I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polka.
Douglas Faya?
Hi, my name is actually Doug Ewing.
I apologize.
FAIA, architect in town.
That's
My office is right on the corner, California and Oak Knoll, in a 1905 buildings that were restored with students from PCC doing a lot of the construction, 100%. I've been there for 51 years. My office has won the most design awards in the entire chapter of 403 people or whatever it is, architects. I have a huge objection to this project from the standpoint of the master plan can be a lot better. And I know the architect that did it can do a better job if she's not being dragged along by her developer. And that's the way it all works with developers. That's why my office doesn't work for developers. We work for private individuals. There's a lot of issues with well, just think about it. The north side of the building, the third and fourth floor, what's the great view out there? The mountains. What are they looking at? A corridor with no glass in it to get to their rooms. They could have 5 or 6 or 7 rooms right along there with glass looking at the entire mountain range. That's the first thing that's wrong with it. So I could keep go on and on and on, which I can't do in this meeting, but I really feel that the architect can put pressure on this developer. She did a great job on the front. I complained about the front. I was the main complainer about the picture frame kind of concept of the original design. And I was pretty shocked to see what showed up tonight. I think it's good. I think the site plan needs to be better. And like Mr. Cole's talking, there's lots of issues with that corridor. One thing we did in town was go around and look at 9 of the quote, what do you call them, garden entry condo projects, a lot of them are done by Polisoides and his wife. And the problem with those is, there's not a problem necessarily, but the view is about 65 to 70 feet into it on every one we looked at. None of them went 150 feet like this one does.
Mr. Ewing, your time has expired.
Okay, but you could still have a courtyard concept with half that courtyard, build the back part with more room on the perimeters
Thank
for
you.
landscaping where it ought to be.
Thank you, sir.
Apologies for misstating your name. Dimitrios Gerasimatos? Apologies if I.
Online.
Yes.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead. 2 minutes, I'll ring a bell.
My name is Demetrius Gerasimatos. I've had a Pasadena address for 31 years, and my mother-in-law has been a resident of Pasadena for a decade. When I first became familiar with Pasadena was in 1979 as a student at Poly, and many of my classmates lived in the Madison Heights area. And when I visited them, I fell in love with the charming old homes and mature trees with which I associate Pasadena. So when I graduated college, I chose to move to Pasadena because of the character that it had compared to the surrounding communities. And I actually lived on the 400 block of Oakland Avenue, which is a couple blocks over, for 6 years. So I'm very familiar with the area and the lot being developed. In my relationship with the city, I'm aware that Pasadena has been evolving and reinventing itself over time. But I don't believe, I believe this project is out of scale for the neighborhood. It doesn't comply with the city design guidelines. It's larger and taller than it would typically allow. The applicant has made some concessions, but refused to reduce the number of units or reduce the square footage to keep the project more aligned with the character of the area. Both sides, the applicant states that the noise reflection shouldn't be an issue, but then says my design is driven strongly by it. So which is it? They didn't address the concerns about the long-term health of the oak tree. As a matter of fact, they say they can't replace the lost trees with native trees because they may not survive the conditions, which I think is ironic. So I want to say just because the developer can do something doesn't mean they should. And the nearby residents aren't asking the developer not to build. They're asking for their concerns to be respectfully addressed. I would say back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Saylor, followed by Lisa Jacobs.
Welcome.
She on? Ms. Saylor, are you there? She on?
Oh.
Oh, there
Can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead.
Ms. Saylor, welcome.
What happened? Ms. Saylor, *6 to unmute. All right, let's go to the next one, which is Lisa Jacobs, and we'll come back to Ms. Saylor. Ms. Jacobs? Muted or not?
No. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Jacobs? No? Hello?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. Good evening.
Go ahead.
My name is Lisa Jacobs, and I live at 500 South Oak Knoll, directly across the street from this project and from the appellants, Amanda and Brian. I have helped them collect hundreds of signatures from our neighbors opposing 511 South Oak Knolls. Others have already spoken and have talked about the unusual design that these exterior hallways will have, how it will shine a light on our neighborhood, and how it lacks gardens for all. But I'm here to talk to you about the appellants and tell you that they are not just a pair of NIMBYs worried about their historic firehouse at 541 Oak Knoll. Amanda and Brian are both civil engineers, and as you've seen, they put time and effort into trying to understand how to make this a good project. They understand good construction, and as you saw from their presentation, they have put in the work. And they're also excellent stewards of our community. One day, while meeting about our neighborhood's efforts to oppose this project, I commented to Amanda, "What a great job the city has done picking up the litter all along the sidewalks at McKinley School." "Oh," Amanda said, "that isn't the city that has done that. That's Brian. He's been picking up trash along Oak Knoll for more than a year." And with that, I just want you to know that the neighbors oppose this project. We urge you, City Council, to please vote in favor of the appellants, Brian and Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll try Christine Saylor one last time.
Sailor?
Is she there? Ms. Saylor, you're unmuted, *6, or go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
No?
now we can. Go ahead.
We can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. Yes, yeah. My name is Chris Saylor. I live at 534 South Oak Knoll, and I wanted to speak in support of the appellants. I believe this project is just too massive, and there have been very, very few changes that have happened in this process. And I feel like the developer has been very, very unresponsive to the neighborhood. And it's been very hard for the neighborhood to try to make recommendations and also to witness. We've been going to design commissions. We've been trying to learn things. We don't know much about this process, but it seemed like in the first meeting, the design commission said, it's too early to talk about massing or density. We'll address that at the second meeting. But by the time we got to the second meeting and we all had learned a lot more and 13 months had gone by, and we said, gosh, you know, we really don't like a lot of these things. They said, well, it's too onerous. It's too unfair to the applicant. And we said, but this is too onerous and too unfair to the neighborhood. We needed to have more input. We needed more respect from them. We feel like a lot of our concerns have not been listened to and addressed. Some people, even in the current staff report, they're saying there won't be overnight parking. Well, you don't need overnight parking on our street. Everybody can overnight park on our street. We're unique in Pasadena that way, but that means we've got to think about it in the context of our design. Yes, we need to build housing and much more affordable housing here in Pasadena, but the mandate from the state doesn't mean that developers should have free reign to build just anything that they want. We should be protecting the quality of our neighborhoods, our green spaces, our trees, and require developers to be responsive, cooperative, and thoughtful in a quest for more housing. We can demand better of them, and we need to do that for the quality of our South Oak Knoll neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That completes public comment on this item.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your comments.
And now we have to do rebuttals.
Yeah.
And before the rebuttals,
Oh, that's right.
Mayor, members of the council, and I think the appellants were going to remove their
Yes,
model.
while you're speaking.
And I,
What's the council's wish? Do we,
We can leave it there for the council if that's what you're requesting.
sir?
Sir, leave it just as it there.
The engineer and you, we see it now.
I did want to make a couple of statements in response to questions that were raised about grounds for denial of the project. So the council needs to keep in mind that the state law that's set forth in the government code, it's not a local thing, it's the state's government code provisions. Those apply here. So first, when a proposed housing development project complies with applicable standards, including design review standards, the local agency can only disapprove or condition the project to be developed at a lower density if the city makes written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence that, one, there would be specific adverse impact based on objective public health and safety standards, and two, there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact except through disapproving or conditioning of a lower density project. And that's found in Government Code Section 65589.5J1. And then secondly, when a concession is requested, as here, the city shall grant the concession unless the agency, that's the city, makes a finding supported by substantial evidence that the concession does not result in an identifiable cost reduction to provide affordable cost for affordable housing costs or rents, or the concession would have a specific adverse effect on public health and safety or any real property that's listed in the Register of Historical Resources, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the impact without making the development unaffordable, or the concession or incentive would be contrary to state or federal law. And that's in Government Code Section 65915D1. Here we don't have written required findings for denial, so staff would need to return with written findings at a continued public hearing if that's what the council desires to do. And then lastly, with respect to waivers, applicants can request a waiver or reduction of development standards that will have the effect of physically precluding the construction of a qualifying development. The city is not required to grant a waiver if the waiver would have a specific adverse impact on health and safety for which there's no other feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific impact. The waiver would have an adverse impact on any property that's listed in the historical California Register of Historical Resources, or grant a waiver that would be contrary to state or federal law. And again, that's in Government Code Section 65915E1. So those are some factors. I know it was reading the statute, so to try to help you understand
We actually
that.
have slides with that information on it.
Yes.
If it would be helpful.
That
to
would be
pull up.
helpful to pull them
Just
up.
wanted to let you read it, but if it's helpful for the council, we have slides that have what she just read into the
The
record.
waiver one in
Mhm.
particular
We have
would
the
be
findings to deny a waiver and the findings to deny a concession.
Yeah.
As back pocket slides, if you want them pulled up, we could do that.
Before, we still have to go through rebuttal, so we should probably do that first as staff is pulling those up.
I have a legal question to
Okay.
this.
Mr. Cole?
So, help me understand the context, Madam City Attorney. Because this is a de novo hearing of an appeal of a design commission, if we do not deny the appeal, can we condition this project?
Yes. Yes.
Right, so.
You need evidence to support the conditions.
No, I
but
understand.
yes. Mhm.
I understand, but, for all kinds of reasons, I would like to avoid denying the applicants. I mean, we've heard that no one objects, well, not everyone.
Well,
No one objects to more housing.
Mhm.
Many people are okay with the density. It's certainly required by state law. That's black and white. But we can impose design commissions at this, conditions at this level, just as the design commission was able to impose conditions at their level.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to the applicant for rebuttal.
Actually, it's the appellant that goes
Oh.
first, sorry. The appellant goes first. You have 3 minutes to
this
do a
right.
rebuttal if you have any closing statements that you want to make. 3 minutes, and I will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left.
Sir, welcome back.
Yes, Brian Fulcher, thank you for your time. I neglected to say something really important. We fully appreciate and value the input from the city staff, Stephanie and Kevin and others. This has been a learning, guiding process. I'm not going to take a lot of time on it, but they need a call out. They've been great. Rebuttal arguments, I could start and parse this thing out into many pieces. I'm a mechanical engineer. This is what we do. We design, we build, we make things right. We go head over heels of problem solving. We happen to like working with the applicant staff. It's just, they're cool. But we're just trying to mold the process. When somebody says deny the appeal because of over technical matters, to me, it's a little, just a minute. We just want to mold the process. The building needs to get built. It needs 46 units, 65 parking spots, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need to protect a tree. We need to solve the light problem. We need to have a second look at the noise issue. The outside corridors, if they magically evaporated, would frankly solve an awful lot of problems, reduce costs, reduce the build time. I'm going to point to somebody over here. We've actually had a discussion where construction costs and construction time would be reduced by having no corridors and a central massing. Now, that was a preliminary discussion, but hence we built the model, prove it up. Some other things come to mind is, yes, we abide by rules. We actually kind of like them. They give us great guidance, and compliance is a big part of my professional career and what I do on the sidelines as an advisor for large projects. So when somebody says, well, you're not complying with something, show me the goods. Let's have a look at it. Let's look at the same pages together and see what we can find out if there's a compromise or misunderstanding. So when we looked at the ordinance for tree protection, we came to a conclusion pretty quick. There's a variance needed, probably for good reason, but what we really need is a tree protection plan at the concept design stage so nobody finds out late in the game foundation, supportive excavation, other attributes for the project are in conflict, and there's a great reversal, great problem. So anyway, I think it's maybe to repeat one thing, we are fully in favor of this submission at this stage, going back to the design commission with all the sage input from staff and yourselves, and we will work collaboratively with the appellant to expedite a solution on all fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello again, Brian Taylor. Touching on a few items. So for the design, of course, as mentioned, we followed our interpretation and what we believe was the correct interpretation for the City of Gardens. We tried to follow the city code to avoid asking for a high number of state density bonus law waivers. The tree, of course, will be following the city's tree report guidelines like we already have in response to the tree protection plan. We did a tree protection plan during concept design review, and we'll be doing another one during final design review, of course, to ensure that that tree remains healthy. The affordable units, whether it's for sale or for rent, which at this time we're looking at potentially going to the for sale route, it'll be 45-year deed restricted or 55-year deed restricted. So those affordable units will be in place for a long time. Traffic, we understand there's always an impact with new development and traffic, but we are paying our fair share for the additional improvements that will be done in the future with this project. Additionally, we're paying development impact fees that all go to fixing traffic problems throughout the city. Parking, this new community will be professionally managed, whether by an HOA or a property manager, and parking stalls will be assigned and managed to the best of the management's ability. Noise, our study studied the reflection of the noise off the humming. There's certainly, we understand that it being out there is a humming noise, and but our study studied the reflection of it. At this time, we hope you approve this project as is, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think that submits the argument and case for both the appellant as well as for the applicant. Let me just say that, I think it was Mr. Hammer who raised SB 79 and some of the other state actions that I really do disagree with, because it makes this decision all the tougher. We're limited in the discretion that we can apply. I'll give you an example. How much, Ms. Page, how much parking does the applicant have to?
What's the code required parking?
Yeah, what's the
67 spaces? Did I remember that right?
But
yes, and they are providing the code required
Okay.
parking here, so they're not
Okay.
asking for any. They could ask for
right
a concession
right
from that.
So that could be a concession that we could be looking at. Density, same thing. You know, again, issues that have been taken from us by the state, and SB 79 and a whole line of legislation. So I am concerned about that because we're going to see this more and more, issues coming forward on design, because we have little discretion on the substantive questions that are being raised by both sides. In terms of adverse impacts, Madam City Attorney, the finding of adverse impacts would have to be adverse impacts to the city in general, the neighborhood, to neighbors. What's the basis of the finding, and to whom would it have to be adverse?
It would, and I'll let both planning and Assistant City Attorney Monroy help, but it's basically based on the safe and welfare impacts to the city. And so it includes the neighbors and those that would be impacted, but they may want to add more to what I said.
Okay.
Yes, Caroline Monroy, Assistant City Attorney. The statute refers to a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. So as the city attorney said, that can consider the city impacts to the city, right, public health. It's further defined to say that a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health and safety standards, policies, or conditions.
So sunlight, for example, might be one of them.
So long as it meets this definition, yes.
And that's on the screen, staff, put it back up.
So we pulled up so as a reminder, the waiver that they're asking for is to replace the native trees with specimen. That's the waiver, okay?
So this is only applicable to that?
This is only applicable to the tree.
Okay.
The concession, which was the slide 53 that we had up, that is, they're asking for one concession, which is to go above the height. The code allows 40 feet, and then they can do height averaging, which is 45 feet for 30% of the building. They're requesting to go 47 feet 10 inches across that full height floor. So some variation in the height is what they're asking for in their concession.
Okay. Mr. Cole, are you in the queue? Okay.
Are we ready for discussion?
Yes.
All right. So I do not support overturning the Design Commission's decision. I do not support denying the concession or the waiver. I'm not, like many people, I am concerned about the impact of the way in which development is unfolding, but I want to abide by state law for both the spirit and the letter of the state law. We need more housing, and we particularly need housing that includes affordable housing. My concern is that I think the Design Commission asked, and if I could show again the slide from the preliminary, I think that's my concern, is that it's not the only concern, but I think it's the principal concern. That's mitigatable. Study the enclosed circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air and ensure facade treatments on the sides and rear related to the interior programming. I think the applicant was very responsive on the front. I don't think they were responsive on this. They claim that they were unable to achieve that goal without sacrificing square footage or units. We're taking them at their word that they could not achieve the same goal. I think that's an important goal. I think it's the heart of the City of Gardens. And I don't believe that we met those design guidelines. So I'm prepared to support denying the appeal, but I would like to see a condition that addresses this exterior courtyard in a way that could help mitigate the impact on the historic tree. So that will be the direction I would like to go, is simply to ask the applicant to, again, address something that was presented to them early on in the process. Let me say this: I do not demonize developers. Without them, we don't get housing. And it is their job to make a profit, because if they don't make a profit, they're not going to build housing. And I realize that redesigns are expensive in terms of time and money. And I regret that, which is why I've been a strong supporter of objective design standards, which I'm proud to say this evening we are going to be adopting. Objective design standards will not bring about utopia, but they will bring about a more consistent and fairer way to promote housing, to expedite development, but to continue to, as best we can, protect the character of our community, which I think is important, not in some abstract sense, but because people are going to live here for the next 75 or 100 years. And when people have said, well, nothing's perfect, no, it's not. But I visited the site today, and I saw all the crap we built in the 70s and 80s before the City of Gardens. And that crap is going to be there for the next 100 years. And if we can build things right from the start, two things happen. One, the people who live there, the 46 individuals and families, and their neighbors will have a more walkable, more livable life in the time they spend in our community. And secondly, as a community, we can mitigate some of the visceral opposition that people have to new development, because they're not just, density can work. That's where sometimes the mayor and I disagree. I think that density can be accommodated. Paris is one of the most livable cities in the world, and they have high density. But the density there is designed to work to create walkable neighborhoods with access to light and air. And that's critically important in my view. So I've said my piece, and we'll see what others think.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. One question for staff. Regarding the tree, how much clearance do we have from the roots? Do we know?
I know subterranean, I recall it was 17 feet. Please correct me if I'm
That's correct, 17 feet from the trunk.
And from the trunk? Okay. Do we know from the roots, from the kind of main extension of the roots?
Well, that distance, when we opened up the ground to see where the roots were, that was sufficient distance based on the arborist determination to make sure we didn't impact any of the significant root
And
system.
our independent arborist?
Yes.
found?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a hard one for me. I've heard from a lot of the community about it. People have a lot of feelings about it. I will say I'm not a fan of the design. I'm not really a fan of the process. I don't think the development team went out of your way to work with the community from early on when we tried to bring you to the community early on. But that said, our hands are tied here. If I look at through everything that people are asking for, we hear so many comments that are outside our purview. So the density and the height are functions of state law. Those are outside our purview. We can talk about the massing. We can talk about where the weight of the building is positioned. And frankly, I think the choices you made on where the building is positioned are wrong. But that's a subjective point of view. Objectively, this project meets the design standards for City of Gardens. So then we look to the other grounds. The environmental impacts, I'm satisfied. At least there's nothing else in the record that tells me that the tree is in danger. Because the arborist report says, our independent arborist report says the tree is going to be okay. and we didn't have a competing report in the record to deal with either traffic or noise, both of which I have concerns about. The parking on the street is a function of of having more construction. It's not a thing that we can address in this process. And then, so then we look to the findings we have to make. I'm not entirely convinced that this project builds upon our tradition of a strong sense of place and great neighborhoods. I think the box trees and the ornamentals, rather than natives, I'm particularly don't like, but we look to the standard that we had on the screen for denying a waiver, and I also can't make those findings. So I don't see a basis in the record for granting the appeal. I do think we need a condition, and I would love suggestions from staff about this, to deal with the light, which is fundamentally a design thing. On the two sides, having those rows of windows that are lit all night long, I think is a problem and a thing we can fix. So is it possible that it can be motion activated, or is that outside our code?
It's not, because there's a condition, and I'm just looking for it here, I'm sorry. It's condition number 8 that we have that deals with the lighting. And so we could make some modifications to this if you wanted to add more language, but that the applicant shall provide a study from a lighting consultant that demonstrates that lighting levels within the interior corridors along the north, south, and west walls of the building will not result in substantial light spillage onto adjacent properties and shall implement the consultant's recommendations as part of the project's lighting design. So if we want to add to
the question of spillage, though, it's not that it's going to shoot down like beams of light. It's that it fundamentally changes the experience of looking out your window to see a giant wall that's lit up all night. You know what I mean? So
yeah. So if the concern is the illumination level,
it's the aesthetics of an entirely lit building.
So maybe it's film applied to some of those windows. I think there's different ways of minimizing the impact of seeing light.
Yeah.
And as a reminder, this is in the Central District. It's a residential neighborhood, but it is in the Central District.
Right.
It's not uncommon that you have, even in the core Central District, you have residential next to commercial and office and things that are lit
Yeah,
up.
but not on this block.
I know,
this block's different.
but I think that there's ways through the work with the lighting consultant that they could look, again, like a film applied to the window or something that would, because you still want to have safety lighting inside the corridors. It is a very low, it's 1 foot candle is the code
Right.
requirement. It's
No,
very
no.
low. But so that, or maybe it's in a pattern so that it's not uniform. It's, you don't have it on every single window. I think there's ways that we could look at that to achieve something that.
How do you recommend conditioning that tonight? I think the non-uniformity
Okay.
would make a big difference.
We can, if you give us a minute, maybe we can think of writing something up.
All right, let's keep talking through that. But reluctantly, I just don't see a grounds here.
Thank you. Ms. Rivas, followed by Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with Councilmember Lyon, and I appreciate you at the outset setting the stage for what the central issue has been through this process. You've met with residents for many months, and it wasn't clear to me until I heard tonight and from you about the about the location of the corridors and the gardens. And so I appreciate the discussion on the City of Gardens. And I agree with you that we should make the finding. I think it's met the current application meets all the requirements of the ordinance. I just want to make sure I understand, Councilmember Cole, you don't think we can make that finding on the City of Gardens? And I want to understand if that's your position. If so, what specific basis? Because I'm not seeing that in the ordinance where we could find it doesn't meet it.
I'm not suggesting that we say that it can't meet it. The process of design is to achieve a workable solution. And that was suggested at the very outset. Study the enclosed circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air. They assert that they studied it and found it to be infeasible. I don't see anything in the record that demonstrates that. And so I believe that the City of Gardens is not about creating an arbitrary box. The City of Gardens was to change the way in which public space is utilized to recapture the timeless way of building that earlier garden apartments, courtyards, bungalow courts in our city achieved. Higher density than single family, but they created a sense of community and a sense of light and air, and that the idea of gardens and courtyards versus strips of landscaping. And this is an extraordinarily odd way of achieving the city of gardens on two bases. One, you have an extremely narrow and long courtyard. It's so narrow you can't plant native trees, right? We have this weird thing of enclosed corridors, which don't allow you to, to look out, because we're now going to have to frost the windows so that that we mitigate the light impact. It's a very odd way of doing it. And from the standpoint of whether the corridor is on one side or the other side, the corridor is the corridor. So the answer to your question is, I think that they have the way in which they've achieved compliance with the City of Gardens is suboptimal and does not go in the spirit of either the Design Commission's recommendations, two of the Design Commission dissenters, and my own view of what the City of Gardens is all about.
Thanks for that explanation, because I was a little confused, and I appreciate your expanding on it. But I do, as you point out, they do comply. And so I was curious, just a question for staff. If we were to, I'm not even sure what mechanism we would follow, but I assume deny the application and condition it in some different way, because we prefer that they meet the City of Garden standards in our own preferred way. Is that something we've done before? Is there precedence for that?
No, not for an application like
That's
this.
not what I'm calling for. I'm not calling for denying it. I'm calling for, the Design Commission has instructed applicants to go in a particular way, and they have complied. Isn't that the case? I mean, that's the whole point of conditions. We can condition their compliance. We can say, you comply, and you have to do it this way. Isn't that correct?
So it'd be a condition to go back. We'd be
You can add conditions, yes.
Can you share, is there a concern about the number of meetings, though?
There is a 5-meeting rule under the Housing Accountability Act. So yes, this is meeting number 3. There's a 5-meeting rule. So this is meeting number 3. So you have 2 more meetings. So, one of the options is that you could remand it back to the Design Commission, but there'd have to be new information for the Design Commission to be studying as part of that. That would be meeting 4. And then you still have final design review, so there'd be no appeal, or, that would be, no, it actually has to come back to the council. It has to come back to the council. So you wouldn't have a 5th meeting for the final design review. So that route wouldn't work. But there's a 5-meeting rule to remember.
And that's another gift from Sacramento.
And that's why I wanted to bring out your concerns and how we can address them, because we are up against this limit. So,
I agree, and
yeah.
I don't like torturing applicants. I don't like
Or anyone else.
running them through. I don't like running them through, a gauntlet. I don't like them having to tear up their plans and start over again, because that takes time and money. But I do think that there was both informally and formally instructions to go in a particular direction, and they chose, again, on their assertion that they could not feasibly do this.
Right.
They chose to go in a different direction. And I think that that's a mistake. And so I would be willing to make a motion that would say, eliminate the enclosed exterior circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air and ensure facade treatments on the sides and rear relate to the interior programming unless it can be definitively demonstrated that that is infeasible.
Got it. Thank you for your explanation. Those are all my questions and comments at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda's next, and Mr. Jones, but can I just piggyback, Mr. Masuda, before I turn to you on Mr. Cole's comments? Because I too am having a hard time making the finding that this meets the City of Gardens. It may technically meet it, But I'm not convinced that it meets it. I mean, one of the important aspects of the City of Gardens is that not just for the occupants of a property, but also for the public in general and how they experience at street level their own neighborhood. And, you know, the openings within within any building. The gardens are supposed to be exposed to the public so that, you know, the public can enjoy them. This seems to run counter to that. I mean, the opening, am I correct that it's close to or maybe the minimum opening that might be required?
It is at the minimum opening that's required.
Yeah, and so that's troubling to me. Because, you know, it's one thing to come in and say, we checked, and I'm not suggesting that you did this, but, you know, it's one thing to say, you know, these are the minimum requirements, let's check that box and move on. We really are trying to build a better city, and we're constrained by Sacramento in so many ways that I think what some of us are saying is we'd like to work with the applicant to make this better, not just to meet the minimum, the technical requirements, but to really leave a beautiful project behind that we can all be proud of 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, because we're gonna have to live with it. And, you know, your residents or future tenants, whatever they may be, will have to live with it. And this neighborhood and the city will have to live with it. And so that's where I'm struggling.
Sorry. And I appreciate hearing your perspective. I am still struggling, though, if you're going to find that it doesn't meet the City of Garden standards, what specifically? Because the ordinance sets out that the main garden may be an internal courtyard entirely contained within the site but visible from the street. I mean, that's what this is. So I just want to understand how we can make the finding you're suggesting.
The intent of the City of Gardens was to ensure that the garden area was not only visible from the street, in my opinion, but was experienced in a way that, you know, I think somebody said you drive by in, 3 seconds and that's what you get. You know, when I look at the design with the gardens and the exterior, and when I think of other parts of our city, South Orange Grove, for example, is an example of, you know, some thoughtful density that allows us to drive down Orange Grove and say, wow, this is a really beautiful street. And it does impact the health and welfare of those around. And I'm also concerned about, you know, the health and welfare, and I'll, you know, and this is where Mr. Cole and I sometimes disagree. Well, I shouldn't say we disagree on this point. But I'm concerned about, and in many ways it's out of our hands again, thank you, Sacramento. But, you know, when you look at the massing, and I'm concerned about, you know, sunlight, I'm concerned about the proximity of the smaller building on the right on our screen to the project and its impacts. And so, you know, I think that there is a health and welfare adverse impact involved here that can be, and importantly, one that can be mitigated with a different design. If it couldn't be mitigated, I might have a different view. But, you know, if we strive just to meet the technical aspects of ordinances like this ordinance, the City of Gardens, then we're going to fail. I think, you know, there's the technical compliance, and then there's, hey, we got this one right.
And last thing I'll say on this, and I really appreciate that last comment, because I hear you saying that it complies with it, but we want it to reach some higher standards to meet the intent. But we're not saying it doesn't comply. obviously, we all share the intent of the City
Yeah.
of Gardens. We all understand the intent of the City of Gardens. We want these beautiful neighborhoods and communities and that are visible from the street. But in order to effectuate that intent, we had to come up with some very specific standards, which are set out in the ordinance and which are met here. And so that's why I keep coming back to this idea that we are potentially, well, I guess it'd be through conditions to improve upon it. I just worry that I don't think we can make I don't think we can deny or say they're not meeting the City of Gardens standards because we want to reach some better
No,
version of it.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
I'm suggesting along the lines of.
Because I thought at different points I heard
conditioning is
both of
one.
you say that, but I appreciate you clarifying that. so-
Conditioning is.
Okay,
Mr. Masuda?
thank you.
Followed by Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Masuda, for allowing me to go out of order.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Mayor, and thank you for adding those to to my colleagues as well. I want to thank all the speakers for no matter what side you were on this project. I support the Design Commission's decision and to deny the appeal. That's my personal view. Mayor, the glaring concern I had when I was reading this huge project
It is voluminous.
was the 4-2 vote,
The record is voluminous.
and where 3 design commissioners weren't attending that meeting. So I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but I think that's really something that we got to think about, making sure that people attend our meetings and vote.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I agree. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll be brief. I don't really see anything in the record to grant the appeal, so I support staff's recommendation, but I'm open to adding conditions that the staff can think of to help address the concerns that we've raised and the concerns that the residents have raised to meet the intent of, or to meet beyond the intent of the City of Gardens. Thank you.
Mr. Cole?
I'm going to test my motion, see if we get a second, discuss it, hear from our staff. If we want to reopen the hearing to hear from the applicant, that's up to the.
Mr. Cole, we never closed clerk just telling me we haven't closed the public hearing, so.
Well, then maybe we should leave it open. Do I have to?
Yeah.
Do I have to close it before I can make a motion?
No, I thought you were saying was you were going to just throw this out and see
Yes.
if there were any takers as opposed to actually making the motion, so.
Well, I've already stated, I would like to add a condition that the project eliminate the exterior enclosed circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air and ensure facade treatments on the sides and rear related to the interior program, unless it can be definitively demonstrated that that reduces the number of units or the square footage of livable space. And that would give the opportunity for the applicant to work with the staff. I'm prepared to trust the staff on this one. And if they can't, if it's been asserted that you can't come up with a different approach, and I'm not trying to determine that tonight. I'm not an architect, and nor am I a design commissioner, but I have spent 40 years paying attention to this, and as I said earlier, co-chaired the task force that originally proposed the City of Gardens ordinance and saw it through to adoption. I think that we can, the purpose, Vice Mayor, of the design review, and we could all debate whether we should have design review. I think that, there's a legitimate question about whether 4 or 6 or 9 people, trying to design buildings is a good idea. I personally prefer a form-based code and objective design standards. That's my preference. But this was a legitimate design review process. This is a de novo design hearing, and we can impose conditions, and we routinely do. If people say, there's a lot of times when we technically meet the requirements, but in order to improve the design, there are conditions that, the balconies have to be this instead of that. The balcony is legal, but, you know, it has to be stucco instead of this. That, we do that all the time, and that's what I'm suggesting. And given the assertion, which I'm prepared to entertain, that they literally tried everything and they could not find a way to achieve the same square footage and number of units, okay, I will trust our staff on that. But I'm not persuaded by just the mere assertion that that this very strange and not particularly responsive design is the best solution.
Can I ask a follow-up question? You're proposing that they eliminate the exterior corridors. And then with what?
So there's two options,
Yeah.
and both of which have been presented in our hearing tonight. One is to have interior corridors that presumably would be non-enclosed, and that would eliminate the artificial light that would be on all night. And the other is to eliminate the interior courtyard and accommodate the minimum garden under the City of Gardens standards in a different way that would be more protective of the historic tree. Either or both of those or some combination of those. That's what architects are for. And I think the applicant should have the opportunity to figure out that way. And again, if the applicant can demonstrate that that is simply infeasible, that's not something we can do tonight.
Right.
But I'm prepared to leave that to our staff.
Yes, why don't we ask the applicant, Mr. Taylor? Are you right? Did you have a response to Mr. Cole's? I saw you leaning forward in your chair.
At this time, we aren't able to accommodate any what we see as subjective conditions that put us at a place that would go against the state density bonus law.
So yeah,
We are not able
You're-
to
okay.
accommodate that condition of approval
okay.
at this time.
Sorry, in what way does it go against the state density bonus law?
I'm not an attorney, but we're keeping the design as is for this approval.
Well, so we have design discretion here. You have discretionary standards, and you're not under the objective design standards yet. So in what way does the condition of eliminating the exterior corridor violate the state density bonus law?
I'm not exactly sure what development code or what government code that would be, but at this time, we're looking to keep the design as is and can't agree to any subjective condition of approval.
Okay.
But, sir, is it feasible to meet the state density bonus law and comply with the proposed condition?
You mind, I'll check with my team real quick and get right back to you.
Please.
And just for clarification too, because the concession that they're asking for is related to height. So when we're talking about state density bonus law, it's under the request for height. In terms of.
Right, and I'm not touching that.
Right,
Yeah,
so I
this
think we're
doesn't seem
maybe
to change the
intermixing.
height.
But I think what we want to ask them is it feasible, would they work with staff, and is it feasible to demonstrate to the maximum extent possible that they cannot do the corridors in a different way that do not result in a loss of square footage or the size of the units, I think is important. I think we have to have those parameters laid out, but it has to be something that's to the maximum extent feasible that you would study that with staff. It's not about a concession request here. So it's a little bit different.
And I apologize, I missed some of that. You were saying that.
I guess we're asking, would you be willing to study and work with staff to the maximum extent feasible on whether or not you can change the corridor design? If you can't, you can't.
Okay.
But you would work with staff, and you'd have to demonstrate to us that you wouldn't be reducing your building square footage, that you wouldn't be reducing the size of your units. And I think there might be one other thing that I'm missing when we were talking that was important
Well, the number of units.
On the number of units.
Yeah.
So that with, and if you can't, you can't. But it's, are you willing to engage in that process with staff?
And to confirm, the request is to study if we can open the exterior corridors.
Right. Without any of those things happening. And if you've done some of the work that it sounds like you had done, you would continue to work with staff on that. If the end result is you can't, then you can't. I mean,
But that result is if we have to prove to the city that we can't because it would reduce square footage? Okay.
all of those things, reduce square footage, you don't, changing the size of your units or the number of units. If
Correct.
I'm looking to the council
But
member.
again, I think you said open up. I said eliminate the enclosed circulation exteriors.
Understood. Okay. Let me check with the team real quick.
By which he means not just the enclosure,
Yeah.
but the corridor.
So yes, the state.
Can we come back?
When? Okay. Just for the record, the applicant is asked for a moment to discuss the matter outside of the chambers. Okay, given the time, given the time, we have to consider the other agenda items. Mr. Cole? Oh, Jason? Given the time, question, on the other issues,
You have the electric
agenda items.
utility rates
Yeah.
and the
Do we-
immigration.
Do we want to
issues.
put off the immigration? It's come to us, consistent with Mr. Cole's request that it come back within 30 days. It's come to us, and tomorrow there's a public forum that might inform, and I invite everyone.
I think the fact that it is public meets my objective. I think we should take it up again, because
Yeah.
there's some things we could comment on, but I agree with you that now that we've demonstrated that we have moved forward on these 13 points, I think a subsequent discussion of it would be, after the public forum, would actually be preferable.
Okay.
So item 20.
And so.
Let me, for the applicant, not to be further confusing, but.
Let me just announce that, because there are people here who I know are here for that issue. The immigration, item 20, the issue on immigration is going to be put off to after the forum tomorrow because of the importance of it and the time. We want to be able to dedicate the time needed to that discussion. We also have utility rates on the agenda tonight. So if you're here for that matter, we will notify you when the matter comes back. But I do encourage people to attend the community forum tomorrow at 6 p.m. at Pasadena Church on North Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Are the members of the council attending?
I am attending. We're limited in how many people can attend because of the Brown Act. So I think we're limited to 4 people, 4 members of the council. Although, well, yeah, I think people
It's
can
put on by
attend.
someone else.
Yeah.
It's not put on by the
Okay,
city,
so-
and it's not a meeting unless a quorum gathers and talks about
Okay,
something.
so the answer is
So it depends.
individual council members will have to make that
They
determination.
may, yeah.
Yeah.
And I am.
Okay.
So now you're back to the
So now we're
public
back. Mr. Cole?
And just to, our planning staff has weighed in here, just to suggest that it might be that we might not be able to eliminate 100% of it, but that we might mitigate that. I don't know that that works or not, but I certainly would incorporate that if that makes any difference.
All right, after discussing with the team, we're unable to accommodate a condition of approval like that at this time. We can't put the burden back onto us. We're sorry, but we do believe this will be a beautiful, successful project, and we really hope that we get the chance to build it.
But sir, I think one of the points is that the burden is on you my understanding is, under the density law. I mean, isn't there a feasibility issue?
There is a feasibility
Yeah.
question, but I'm not clear that they have a burden of establishing that it's infeasible. We have to make sure that it's feasible.
Yeah.
Right,
And I want to make sure that this is feasible. And I recognize that this is late in the process, and I would prefer not to ask you to make any changes after an extensive process. But I don't think the extensive process has led to the right outcome. So I'm going to offer a motion to close the public hearing.
Before we do that, I mean, I just want to be clear on the issue of feasibility. That is, I mean,
So,
that is a question that, you know, so I guess we have two choices, if I'm hearing it if I'm hearing from the city attorney correctly. We either make a determination on feasibility, or we're offering to work with you to make a finding on feasibility.
the feasibility, there's the feasibility as it relates to the request for a concession.
Right.
Which is not, they're not asking for a concession from a corridor requirement. So what you're getting at is more of a design element.
pure design.
And not
Right.
meeting,
Right.
and not
Yeah.
finding,
Right.
meeting
Yeah.
the design guidelines.
Well-
So that's, it's the feasibility, and what they said, which is why it's confusing, but not on purpose on their part, I don't think, is that one of the reasons that they could not change the design to have exterior corridors is because it resulted in them, their project would change. I think they were saying, but they would redo, the building would get smaller, and they'd have to push it up to the 5th floor. They kind of talked through why that didn't work for them without either having to ask for different concessions or waivers from other City of Garden standards, or adding a 5th floor and making it taller, that they went through that exercise, and that was the end result. But it wasn't under the guise of a formal concession, and feasibility as related to their asking for a concession for a corridor requirement.
I
So
guess-
that's why I just want to make the distinction, because I think some of this is about the design. Right?
Well, and then
Purely.
that's where it gets back to this as being a quasi judicial hearing, where we are essentially stepping in the shoes of the design commission. I mean, they're related to design, and does it meet, I'm looking at feasibility as, you know, does it really meet the intent and, you know, not just the technical, but does it meet fully the City of Gardens ordinance? I'm, as a design commissioner, I guess, I'm not convinced that it does. And so the question then becomes the assertion, back to Mr. Cole's point, the assertions made by the applicant that it's infeasible to do more in order to meet our City of Gardens ordinance.
So
And
now
its
you are.
intent,
Oh, sorry to
and
interrupt.
its intent. Now, I understand, you know, technically
Yeah.
it's met, but I'm not sure that it can't be better. Mr. Cole?
I'm going to move close the public hearing.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any objections to closing the public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move the staff recommendation that we find the project categorically exempt from CEQA, that we adopt the findings of the Design Commission, we deny the appeal and approve the application for concept design review and private tree removal, and all of the language there. I'm just referencing all 3 points, with the added condition that the applicant eliminate all or some of the enclosed exterior circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air and ensure facade treatments on the sides and rear relate to the interior program, unless it can be demonstrated to our city staff that that would reduce the number of units or the square footage thereof.
Or the size of the units.
Or the size.
That's the
Or
last
the
factor.
size of the units, yes. I think that's in the square footage, but
Yeah.
that's fine. Yep, yes.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll second that.
That, again, hopefully the applicant reconsiders its willingness to work.
If I may.
To achieve.
On the conditions, we still want to talk about the applicant's request to modify those conditions, the 2 fire conditions.
I'd be happy to incorporate those.
Staff is supportive of
into
that
the-
as well.
I'd be happy to incorporate that into the motion.
Okay, and then also, if you still need the condition on the lighting, did you want to?
Well, I think this will address
Okay.
it, or could.
In the absence of that, do you want a backup condition?
Yeah, what's the proposed?
So I had corridor lighting shall be minimized to the greatest extent feasible while meeting safety requirements and shall include study of the pattern of lighting, application of film, or other measures as deemed appropriate.
Yes, we'll take that as an alternate if the corridors are not moved. Cannot be moved.
Cannot be
Right.
moved.
Is that acceptable? Okay.
Mr. Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. I guess my question would be, what findings do we need to make to support the motion? And what I'm struggling with is that I thought I heard that our hands are tied. There's no basis to grant the appeal, but this whole proceeding has been more like a settlement conference than, frankly, than an actual trial. You know, would you take this? Would you do that? A lot of the comments of the neighbors who were very well-intentioned and good faith, and I empathize, but were sort of designed at some kind of compromise, which would be great. But as I understand our role, we have a legal duty here to either thumbs up or thumbs down, not sort of horse trade. You know, I'd be happy to put it over, give the parties a chance. They've heard all this, but I'm very uneasy with. It sort of reminds me of the use of CEQA challenges to accomplish a different articulation or design, which we see all the time. You know.
No,
Well, I'd like an answer from staff first, Mayor, if I could, and
Sure.
please, by all means, I'd welcome your guidance.
So there's the CEQA determination that has to be made, and then there's a finding, which is an attachment A to the staff report. We may have a slide with it, I'm not sure. That has.
But I mean
the-
this new stuff. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
The part of the motion that goes beyond the staff recommendation. That's what I'm interested in.
The findings, if we were to approve Mr. Cole's motion,
Conditions?
Then the finding can be made.
what findings are needed to be made, is the way I understand the question.
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
It would be the finding for design review, which is an attachment A. That's the only finding that's required, in addition to the CEQA. So you're not denying a concession or a waiver. So there's no finding that has to be made there. So it's only the finding in attachment A, and you'd have to find that with the added conditions, you could make this finding, or that you could not make this finding. So it's, I don't know if we have a slide, but I can read it if we don't. Sorry, we have a lot of slides. We may or may not have it.
Why don't you read it while we?
Yeah, I'll read it. The project, upon implementation of the conditions of approval, will comply with the purposes of design review, the design-related goals and policies of the land use element of the general plan, the design-related goals and policies of the central district specific plan, and the design guidelines for neighborhood, commercial, multifamily residential districts. You have staff's reasoning for that in attachment A, but you would be acknowledging that with the conditions as added.
All right, it's on the screen now, thank you.
But I guess more specifically, what is it about the new condition that is necessary to make these findings?
I would ask the council for that, since council's proposing the new condition. Staff's recommendation is that the condition is not needed. So for the record, staff's recommendation is that the added conditions are not needed to make the findings. So that's our position. If the council wants to add additional conditions and they can justify why that's needed, that would be
Two members
What we're
of
doing.
Design Commission dissented from this, and they felt that the design did not meet these goals. I think the design can, and if this condition will help move that in that direction. If it is infeasible, then I do not want to skirt state law. I don't want to violate state law. I want to abide by state law. But the Design Commission, Mr. Madison, as you well know, is not required to just agree or disagree with the applicant. Like, okay, here's your project, vote yes or vote no. The Design Commission works with the applicant over a series of meetings to see if the spirit and letter of the law can be met. And that's an iterative process, it's a collaborative process, it's a public process, and we are now part of that process because this appeal is before us. And I'm suggesting, how many conditions are attached to this project? 60, 80
More than that.
conditions?
Yeah, 80
80 conditions. I'm suggesting one, and I'm not making this up out of thin air. I'm literally quoting from the Design Commission's original request of the applicant. And conditioning it on maybe it can't be done, right? Maybe the applicant's assertion is correct, and I'm prepared to trust our staff to ascertain that. But all we've heard today is it can't be done. We haven't heard why. We haven't seen any studies that show why. We've just been told, nope, we can't do that.
Yeah.
And the Design Commission asked for this. I still think it's a good idea. And if it can't be done, it can't be done. But that's my motion, and there can be a friendly amendment, there can be a substitute motion, you can vote it down. But I'm prepared to deny the appeal and simply add one more condition to the 80 that we've already put on this project. And it's simply to study something that we asked for as a city at the beginning of this process.
And thank you, Mr. Cole. I actually, I agree, but I don't want us to conflate, the statements, our hands are tied with the discretion that we do hold on the design. Our hands are tied in many ways on height and density and, so many other issues. That's one issue. But in terms of the de novo nature of this proceeding, it is on design. And so the council, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney or Ms. Page, but the council has the discretion to join, for example, with the dissenters on the Design Commission and say, no, the dissenters got it right. And we agree with their view. That's the question, is in our de novo capacity, can we make the findings that a majority made, or do we agree with the dissenters on the Design Commission that that we disagree? And so, or that we agree with them. So that's two separate issues that I want us to be careful about conflating.
Lastly, one of the findings we have to make is that the project is consistent with the purposes of design review, one of which is enhancing the surrounding environment. And I think this is a step toward helping this project to enhance the surrounding environment, because the wall of symmetrical square lights like a commercial building in the middle of a neighborhood is detrimental to the environment.
Well, that was the point I was trying, thank you for clarifying that, because that is a point that I was trying to inartfully make earlier, that, also relevant is how it's experienced from the exterior, not just from the interior. And from a design perspective, sitting as a design commissioner, as we have many times under the de novo proceeding, I think they're, in terms of experiencing it from the outside and the surrounding community, I think we can do better in terms of design.
And the motion contemplates that we may not be able to. So I'll call the question.
I'd still like to understand
Mr.
from
Madison.
staff, what I'm struggling with is there some touchstone that we can look to? Because frankly, there are some that will suspect that this is a pretext to not have the kind of density that state law requires. And so, this should be a legally sound ruling. And I'm moved by the comments of my colleagues, but I would like to know that there's some definitional touchstone that one can point to rather than just we can do better, because that's pure subjective perspective.
I would defer to the attorney on the legal aspect of it.
And I'll ask Ms. Monroy if she has anything further, but as the planning director mentioned, I'm understanding the motion to add the condition. It doesn't reduce the number of units, the square footage of units. It's not the height of the project. So those are areas that really can't be touched in terms of reductions in that respect. And these aren't related to the concession or the waivers, if I understand it correctly. So the statements that I raised that had all the limitations dealt primarily with the concessions and the waiver requests. And this is a design request of the, well, not a request, design condition that doesn't impinge on those areas that we can't impinge on. But I'll turn to both of them to add.
And before Caroline jumps in, from the staff perspective, having the parameters defined and if feasible is the important piece, as they demonstrate, that whether or not to the maximum extent, if it's feasible or not. And if it's not, it's not. So.
And how is feasibility defined in this?
By not being able to, not reducing those parameters we talked about, not reducing the overall square footage of the building,
Okay.
the number of units, the size of the units. They'd have to show, if any of those things happen, that it wouldn't work for them. And we would go through that exercise and work with them, but that would be the parameters that we would work under. So we would want to make sure those were clear for staff's direction.
And if Ms. Monroy could address, are there other factors, I don't know, in terms of feasibility, such as cost or something like that?
Certainly, I think feasibility is not defined, but cost certainly can be part of that analysis. I don't have anything further to add because the city attorney and planning director covered it.
I mean, cost, my recollection is cost is part of the feasibility analysis if it makes the project infeasible. So.
Should that be added to the motion?
That, and that's a pretty high bar in my view. Going forward, we ought to have some view into the issue of feasibility when the argument is made or can be made.
Would it be helpful to expressly add that to the motion, that cost is a consideration?
Yes, anything that is of importance to the council that gives staff direction, yes. If cost is important and you want that to be considered, that should be added so that we know.
It's important to me. I appreciate the great lengths developers go through to just build housing in our city, and so I think it should be factored into. So I'd make a friendly amendment to include cost as part of the analysis.
As long as we're clear that if they say, well, it costs us 5 cents more, therefore we can't do it, the cost has to bear on the feasibility of what I assume is a tens of millions of dollar project. And so if it costs them additional time to redesign their drawings, that's cost. And if it's $10 million to do that, then that would make the project sink. So I'm prepared to incorporate that, but I think we need to be reasonable about the cost.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it would be interpreted as
Exactly.
well. What's reasonable.
Yeah.
And
again,
I
I'm
don't know.
prepared to trust our staff. They might not come to the same conclusion as yours truly, but they're our professional staff, and I don't want to be in the position of of micromanaging their outcomes.
Well, Mayor, I want to echo the Vice Mayor. I think both of these groups are really to be commended. First, to invest in our city and provide housing that is direly needed is huge. And this presentation from the neighbors is incredibly sophisticated and nuanced. I hope it's not made out of oak wood, by the way, the model. But, you know, this is I confess, this is an area design where I struggle because it is so inherently subjective. And we're giving staff, we're looking to staff for guidance now, but staff's asking us for guidance about what we mean. So have we reached a good place on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just want clarification as to what's important to the council, what we should be looking at so that we are moving forward properly as we implement the condition.
Yeah, and I don't know how we can improve going forward the process, and I'm not suggesting anyone's at fault for not having a good process, but there's always room for improvement. It can't be like the famous Supreme Court quote, "I know it when I see it."
Well, objective design standards help. We're adopting those tonight, so
Great.
that will make a huge difference.
Tonight or tomorrow morning, maybe after.
Maybe tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Okay. And then if we could just read the condition again before we call the question, I'd appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and on the issue, I mean, my comment was not meant to be critical of the process or the staff. It's just a new day because of the, tying of our hands on so many of these issues from Sacramento. And so, this is, it's a new day in terms of the process. So,
One more time.
and substance. One more time?
Sure. Can you put the slide up that has the original design commission finding, or request, I should say, from preliminary design?
This.
Okay. The new condition would be eliminate or reduce the enclosed circulation corridors to maximize access to light and air and ensure facade treatments on the sides and rear related to the interior programming unless it can be definitively demonstrated to our staff that this would reduce square footage of the project, number of units of the project, or size of the units thereof, or impose unreasonable costs.
Or height. Affect the height, right?
The height is not going to affect the height.
Okay.
Okay.
Or impose unreasonable costs, is that?
Yes, that
Okay.
sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if that does not happen, then there's the alternate condition that Councilmember Lyon requested.
That staff has the language for.
Yes, that I read in, we have that language. And then confirming the changes to the 2 fire conditions, and there was one other one that the applicant had requested. I'm sorry, it was the condition number 9 about the certificate of compliance, to remove that, and they are correct that that's not required, so we can remove condition number 9.
72 or 70.
Have we,
Are we
The
missing
2
one?
fire ones were 70
Yeah,
and 72.
72 and, we know.
70 and 72.
Yeah, 70 and 72. Yeah, and then condition 9 on the certificate of compliance.
Mayor, can I just inquire then, when would this be right? Then would it be in staff's hands, or would it go to final design review to apply these conditions at the commission level, or something else?
The next would be final design review after this. So this is the entitlement. So this has the conditions that move forward, and then they do final design review looking at these conditions.
And so the commission would hear at that stage whether feasibility was an issue or
Yes.
not, and whether,
Mhm.
great, thank you.
okay, we're clear?
Yep. That's mud.
Everybody? Okay, so there's a motion, and did we second? Mr. Lyon, Mr. Cole moves, Mr. Lyon seconds. Are there any objections to the motion? No? Okay. Then the motion is approved. Unanimously approved, yes. Okay, thank you all. And again, to everyone involved, this is what we do. We try and make things better and listen and address concerns. Oh, yes. Unless you want to pick it up tomorrow.
We tried to loan it to the applicant, but
Why don't,
You can still start talking.
okay. So we'll start, and by the way, that's not real wood, it's a compressed material, is that real wood?
we have a wood shop. This is for plywood with an open.
Okay.
This is former IKEA Baltic birch.
Okay, no, we don't have to.
So you're going to item 16, the continued public hearing on electric utility rates, Mayor?
Mayor, are you going to go to the
Yeah, well,
16?
16 is,
The electric rates, so we're taking 16 and 17 concurrently. 16 is the public hearing, which is a continued public hearing. We already opened it.
I'm wondering if we should just do the quicker items and release staff for first reading.
There are speaker cards on all of
Okay,
them.
there are, okay. Okay.
There's speaker cards.
Okay. All right, so next we'll go to the electric rates, item 16.
And this is a continued public hearing, so we don't have to report out on that, but we should report out that the city clerk's office received 33 letters in opposition and are expressing concerns with the proposed electric rate increases, and 5 letters in support of the proposed electric rate increases. Those additional correspondence, which was received since the last public hearing, have been distributed to the council, posted online, are part of the record for the public hearing item.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, and welcome, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor, and General Manager of Water and Power, David Reyes, will commence with the presentation and has Lynn Chamowitz, CFO for the utility, available as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. City Manager Marquez. I was going to do a little bit longer of an intro, but just given where we are, I'll keep it very brief. We've been at this for about 2 years. Nobody likes rate increases. Staff is very cognizant of where we are just in terms of a society and how expensive things are in Southern California. But we've been working very closely with Municipal Services Committee and keeping the residents and businesses in mind the entire time. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Chamowitz to lead us through the discussion and where we are today. But really wanted to thank the MSC for their direction on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so like General Manager Reyes said, this has been a long process that really started with looking at the financial position of the utility. And the good news through all of this is that because we started from a really strong financial position, we were able to make a rate strategy that was gradual and try to minimize the impact and make the timing as gradual as possible for both residents and businesses. So what you show here are on the top are three primary metrics that we look at to make sure that we are a financially stable utility that can support safe and reliable service delivery to all of our 68,000 customers. So our credit rating is AA and our outlook is stable. So that's something that is pretty extraordinary for a California public utility. It's the highest credit rating that the utilities have. And that enables us to make sure that our long-term borrowing are at the lowest rates possible for the future investment that we need to make in the utility. The same with the debt service coverage ratio. The minimums are typically around the 1.1 level. That's sort of the bottom as you can get, but we are well over that, making sure that, again, we're a good investment. And then I want to draw everyone's attention to the graph at the bottom. So what you see here is sort of the fluctuations in cash. We're managing everything towards the cash of the utility. So what you see here is that we start off in 24, 25, and 26. We're above the minimum working capital reserve targets that we set and the target working capital. But then as you see, what we know now is that with the reinvestments that we have to make in the system and the operating costs that have just been a function of increasing costs industry-wide, that we sort of dip in 2027. So this is what we're looking toward. We're looking towards managing the utility and making these as stable as possible while remaining in an excellent financial position. So this is what we know going into the future. So the top is operating revenues and expenses, and the bottom is capital expenditures. The electric utility industry is an incredibly capital-intensive utility that requires reinvestment so that we're spending the money wisely. We're not throwing good money after bad, and we're making sure that we're spending things before it becomes an urgent situation. So as you can see, 24 and 25, the capital spends were relatively low, and as you can see, things are starting to crest in 27 and 28. So just industry-wide, we did this with eyes wide open, knowing that the industry-wide cost pressures are happening and they're real. So infrastructure and distribution investment has been necessary across the utility. Wildfire mitigation and grid hardening is something that we've needed to invest in, and Pasadena has been an amazing investor in making sure that we have a safe grid infrastructure. Costs are rising faster than inflation. It would be nice if we could tie all of this to a CPI, but the reality is that utility costs have been rising faster than inflation for over a decade. And then we also have the factors of, we have 77% of our costs of our system are fixed, and they're spread over relatively flat usage. So we need to recover those in a way that is responsible for the future. The graph on the right, Pasadena is in blue. So the rate increases per cents per kilowatt hours is on the right. And so as you can see, while Pasadena rates have been increasing since 2026, they are consistently lower increasing at a lower rate than the rest of the Los Angeles area, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So these are the four main reasons. Everyone wants to know, is this necessary, and why are these rate increases required? The cost of equipment continues to rise. The materials that we need have been increasing dramatically. We haven't done increased rates since COVID. During COVID, there was extreme supply chain issues, increasing costs, and those just really drove up the inflationary curve. And those costs to operate the system keep increasing. The cost of power resources are increasing. Renewable contracts are in high demand nationwide and will continue to be in high demand with increasing costs to purchase. But one of the major drivers is that our power grid needs major upgrades. As demonstrated in the graph before, we have a serious period of reinvestment that needs to occur to make sure that our grid is stable for the future transformation of the industry and the utility as a whole. And the other reason is that we're planning for long-term stability. Because we had such a solid financial foundation to begin with, we were able to do these rate increases as gradually as possible versus having to establish just-in-time rates, which really jack up rates in a short amount of time and cause something called rate shock for our customers. Even with the proposed rate increases, all three phases, this is a graph of a comparative of a residential customer using 500 kilowatt hours per month. Even through all three phases of the proposed rate adjustments, we still remain among the most affordable in the Southern California area. This is the public power promise that we will try to reinvest in our system wisely and keep rates as affordable as possible. This is a study, sure.
Could you just go back one?
Sure.
So this is over the next 17 months on the right. Do we know about proposed increases in our benchmark neighbors that will take place over the next 17 months?
we know some adopt a multi-year rate plan. We do know that some of our neighbors have rate plans for, you know, in the 9%, sort of the 7 to 9% range, is possible. These are a point in time comparison, but we do know that other people are increasing their rates. So even if they do increase the rates, we're still among the most affordable.
No, I see that, but
Yeah.
I think in the Municipal Services Committee, we heard testimony from you and from the utility that these rates that we're comparing against will be higher when we get to phase 2 and phase 3.
Yes, most likely.
Okay, thank you.
So this is an overview of the whole study process that we've undertaken. We've come to the Municipal Services Committee and City Councils at different phases of this process. After approving the first contract, the contract was to start the rate process, which really has had three main components of it from a financial perspective. The first objective and deliverable was to provide a financial plan. The financial plan told us basically how much money we needed to recover to meet all of our objectives and our revenue needs for the system. When we came to City Council, we said that we would need about 9.5% and 9.5% for 2 years in order to meet those revenue requirements. After that, we engaged in a cost of service study. That told us which different rate components we would have to look at in order to recover for each sort of bucket that we have as far as cost recovery. And then the final deliverables were associated with the rate strategy. And so that was also an iterative process with Municipal Services Committee, trying to establish how gradual can we go, how are we gonna look at these rates and cost recovery, and to provide you with the rate strategy that we have here today. In addition, we've been looking at the rate ordinance modernization. So the rate ordinance in all of its full form is also before City Council tonight. We made some provisional changes early on that we knew were obsolete and no longer relevant for the electric utility, such as removing the direct access provisions. We also established the working capital reserve policy to make sure that the financial plan was working within the guidelines of council policy. And then we also came before the Municipal Services Committee to talk about what is going to be our outreach strategy. We wanted to make sure that none of these rate increases were a surprise and that the community was aware why these are necessary and what value being a part of a public power utility brings to them as a customer. So a little bit about the rate study or the rate strategy. I talked a little bit about sort of the three different components. So after we established how much revenue we needed, we engaged in a cost of service study, which functionalized things and put them into buckets, which might be a little more clear when I go over the impacts and what an actual residential electric rate looks like from a line item basis. Then we engaged in the rate making, where Municipal Services Committee and City Council made some policy decisions and looked at what behaviors do we want to incentivize and what do we want to disincentivize. And then we also had an opinion from legal just about, Proposition 26 compliance. And then finally, we proposed the rate plan before council this evening. So the rate plan has a gradual three-phase rollout. These are system-wide revenue requirement increases for all of the different customer classes. Of the first phase is going to be in April 2026 of 7%. The second phase is going to be in October 1st, 2026, and the third phase in March 1st, 2027. We also have been out talking to the community about how we can support them as well. So we have multiple bill assistance programs in different tiers for income qualified customers. And we also, that was one of the first modifications we made to the ordinance, was to make sure that as the fixed cost components of a customer's bill increase, income qualified customers will receive that additional level of assistance as those components of their rates go up. We also have multiple different energy rebate programs that we've been developing to help mitigate the impact of if a customer is using more in the higher tiers, they can be provided with rebates for energy efficient appliances to realize those cost savings. So the continued customer engagement has been in multiple different forms. We've launched Engaged PWP. That was an online forum where we received dozens or if not hundreds of comments from customers and heard some of these key points that you have on the slide before you that have really shaped what the ordinance and what the rates look like. We've also held in-person events. So we've been to community centers, we've held an open house, we've done various different events to talk to folks about what their electric bill is made of, why their rate increases are necessary, and answer any questions that folks might have on their bills. And then finally, we've also provided individualized customer engagement opportunities to businesses, as well as residents. Any opportunity that I had to go out and talk to community members about their situation specifically, we took that opportunity. So we've sort of met and talked with hundreds of people throughout this process. So the customer impact is really something that varies by how much usage is. It's not something where we just take your total bill and it's divided by kilowatt hours. So we did provide a bill estimator for customers, and we also built some different sort of tools for folks to use to understand how this will impact them personally. But the next portion of the slide presentation will go through some average customer impacts and explain the rate structure for residential customers. So this is all for the first phase. All of the electric bills for residential customers can be categorized in one of these three categories. The first portion of your bill is for customer account fees. These are sort of the fixed costs. The customer charge is really to recover the cost of the customer service, the call center, the billing. All of these costs are fixed charge that we're going to be charging regardless of usage. The second part is the grid access charge. The grid access charge recovers how much you're going to have charged, or what it costs us to just connect you to the grid, regardless of how much you've used. It's just there having that infrastructure ready for you. The next portion is the demand charge. So this is really the capacity, having the poles and the wires to get this electricity delivered to your house safely and reliably 24 hours a day. And the final portion is the energy services charge. This is made up of the per kilowatt hour usage charge, and that does vary based on how much you use. So I think I've went over the customer account fee. That's one component. The demand component and the distribution charge is something that as you use more, the price increases. So there's a lot of users who will never ever see that second tier of the distribution charge, because really an average customer is around 350 to 500 kilowatt hours per month. And then there's some users who, as they use more, they're over the 750 kilowatt hours, that price will increase. So it's an inclining block rate structure for demand. For the energy services charge, that's all of your consumption charges. And the transmission charges. So that's something that is just based on how much you use. So this is a residential customer example. Most people don't, what is 500 kilowatt hours? What does that actually mean as far as what your home might look like? So it's really a moderate residential usage customer. It's not even a low residential usage customer. They have an AC unit, they do frequent laundry, they have their TVs plugged in all of the time. So this is what we're talking about as sort of an average residential customer. And as you can see, all of these different components are broken down. So for this customer during the first phase, they would actually see a decrease for phase one of about $6 per month. That decrease is really attributable to that distribution charge and changing in that composition of it. In phase two, there would be an increase of about $10, and then in phase three, there would be an increase of about $24. So the next one is another residential customer just to show the impact of the different usage components on a residential customer bill. 1,000 kilowatt hours per month, that's really a larger residential customer usage. They might have, they might have a pool pump, they have multiple appliances, maybe they have multiple HVAC units. They might have a larger family. There's a lot of things that could drive what this looks like behind the meter. So these are just examples. But for that customer, the changes for phase 1 would be an increase of $14, almost $15 per month for that residential customer. So,
Lynn, I'm sorry to interrupt your
sure.
flow, but just real quick on the the fixed charges. I think it's important to share with council and the public that for our very low income customers, all of the fixed charges are covered by the utility. And as they go up, our ordinance says that the amount we pay also goes up to match that. So the fixed charges are always covered for the very low income folks. Is that correct?
yes, our electric utility assistance program.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Since we're interrupting the flow here, what is the calculation of the usage by an electric car owner?
We can find out it varies depending on how much people drive and there's a lot of factors that go into it, but we can probably get some numbers in the next 4 or 5 minutes from staff and we'll report that out.
Okay.
Okay, flow disinterrupted.
So another huge component of this was actually looking at the ordinance and modernizing the way that we do these rate setting into the future. So the original ordinance now has numbers in it. That is something that we've decided that we would like to propose to pull out so that when it comes to the financial management of the utility, we can first establish the rates and have city council approve the rates so we know what our means are in order to work from revenue first when we're developing both our operating and capital budget. So these are something that would be in the electric utility rate resolution, much like the general fee schedule that gets adopted every year. So we would know going in probably in the late fall what our revenue income is going to be so that we can build from there. The other big thing that we did was we looked at the ordinance and made sure that it was future ready. So we know that we have significant projects in the pipeline as far as advanced metering infrastructure deployment, and this ordinance rewrite enables us to automatically enable time of use pricing that both sends positive signals to our customer as far as when we would like them to use energy. And this is also a huge component for managed EV charging. When we developed the optimized strategic plan, we saw that unmanaged EV charging was a huge thing for us that we wanted to incentivize customers to use or to charge at non-peak times. So this ordinance being in place will enable us to do that by having residential customers automatically opted into time of use pricing. And that's also one of the biggest comments that we heard from customers is that they wanted us to have time of use pricing. They want to have information on when they can benefit both the utility and themselves to see that price savings by altering their behavior. And then the final thing was just some of the technical wonk stuff, some of the technical alignment of the definitions. The market is consistently changing, so we made it sure that it matched the other utility guidelines and codes, terminology, standards, and market conventions. And so, in summary, these rate adjustments are financially necessary. By doing the financial plan, we confirmed that we would need an additional $68 million in revenue that would otherwise impair the utility's ability to deliver safe and reliable service. We know that these reinvestments need to happen, and we sort of need to make these reinvestments to change and transform the utility that we see. We know that these rates are cost-based and equitable. They're grounded in a cost of service study, and they also have those structural protections for lower income and lower usage residential customers. They're graduated and affordable. So they are phased in over a period of time to minimize bill shock. And they are supplemented by Light and Power Fund reserves. So we started from a position, so we were able to do this over a period of time versus having to go to full cost of service or full revenue requirements in one shot. They're forward-looking too. We're modernizing the rate ordinance. We've evaluated the effectiveness of the existing ordinance. We've looked at every line, every paragraph in the existing rate ordinance and really thought, what is the best way that we can do this for the utility of the future? And then finally, it's legally compliant, which is very important to all of us. So we conducted it in accordance with California law and our city charter requirements. So with that, we want to thank the Municipal Services Committee for their leadership, as well as the residents and the businesses for their participation during this process. It has been a long process, and we've tried to sort of provide iterative feedback into the outcomes, and that is all. And we'll work on the EV question.
No, I was just going to answer that question really quickly. So first of all, I think broadly, Councilmember Cole, that somebody with an EV, it fit within that 1,000, like the larger home model. And depending on your make of your car, how big it is, it's about 60 to 80 kilowatt hours to charge. And so if you think about, 21 cents, we can start getting into the math, how often you actually have to charge. But typically it's about 300 miles a charge that you get on most EVs. And so it's $50 maybe. But it would vary, again, depending on your make and model. But I think the more important issue is that we think that would fit within the larger home. If you have an EV, you're going to be in that larger category if you have all the other components. And again, time of use rates are really going to help in terms of our future, what it costs, because folks will be charging their cars and other appliances when rates are lower.
Let me turn to Mr. Jones, Chair of the Committees, for any comments he may have before I turn to Mr. Masuda, who's in the queue.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to David Reyes and Lynn and their team for all the work that they've done on, MSC. We met over this topic maybe 6 times, perhaps, six, 7 times. And, the original proposal that they brought to us, I believe was like 10.5% over 3 phases, correct? And the committee members and myself, we really pushed hard to decrease that number in the interest of our residents, who we didn't want to just throw the burden on the residents and the businesses within Pasadena. And the staff came back, or Reyes and his team, David Reyes and Lynn and their teams came back. And I think what we landed at was something that we all agreed on and recommended to the city council. But I really think it was a thoughtful approach, and 6 committee meetings just very carefully discussing this and taking the impacts of these rate impacts of the electricity, and then, we raised rates on sewer last year and water, and then there's outside pressures that's affecting our residents, such as the cost of gas and food and healthcare. And so we took all that in mind, and I think we landed at a good spot. So appreciate the work and the effort that the team has done.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. So across the board, and I know that your group had a difficult time with this because it's complicated. But across the board in all the categories, it's a 21% increase by March 2027, correct? So
with the compounding, it's probably closer to 22.
22.5 compounded.
Okay. When was the last increase of electrical rates?
There was a small one in 2019, but I don't think it was comprehensive. Lynn, I don't know if you have dates beyond that. So 7 years ago, and probably even longer, where a comprehensive study was done. I don't know, Lynn,
Yeah, we introduced the grid access charge in 2019. So that was the last time that the base rates have been adjusted. And that was before COVID.
Okay. And do you remember what the rate changes were?
They introduced the grid access charge, and that's about, currently, it's what it is now, which was about $4.50 per month.
So I'm not sure if we know the increase. I don't think it was done this way. It wasn't a full cost of service analysis. It was really specifically on one particular component of the bill. Councilmember Masuda, I think the last time that was done was in 2016.
2016 and 2019 now.
Right, in 2016, I think a more comprehensive study was done. I think that the chart that Ms. Chamowitz provided, I think showed how the energy CPI, if you will, has raised for the Los Angeles region over the last, actually goes back to 2006, and we're still below that, but I don't know in 2019 what percentage increase it was, nor do I know 2016, but we can pull all that up. I don't know, Clarence, if you know that answer, or we can research that for Mr. Masuda. We can pull that up for you, Councilmember Masuda, and have a more precise answer.
Based on what you said, can you figure out or project when the next increases would be after 2027?
So what council's approved and authorized so far is a 2-year rate plan. And that's what's being presented this evening. And the idea is, and I know that this was said, but I just want to reiterate it for the average residential user. It's probably going to, after the third tranche, it looks like it's going to be increased by about $15 a month for the average residential user is what it comes out to be. And we think that depending on how the waypoint conversation goes with respect to our OSP and the city's goals with respect to renewable energy and converting, in 2028, we'll have a much better sense of where we are. But that's going to be a decision that the city council makes, and staff will bring forward all of those issues and what the potential rate impact would be of converting by 2030, of converting by 2032, of looking at different technologies that might exist that will get us there without any additional sticker shock. But the reality is that there are different ways of handling this. Councilmember Masuda, other jurisdictions have just done a rate study and set a number and then said it should just be increased by CPI each year versus having some other number. And that's been something that cities in California have done and taken upon so that the public has a better understanding of what they're looking at going forward. We're not proposing that this evening, but it was talked about at MSC and something that we're willing to continue to look at and bring back to MSC as we move forward. We don't have an exact number about what the next increase would be after 2028, but it'd be something that we work with MSC as well as the public on.
Mr. Masuda, I think your question is interesting because there was a slight change in 2019 where they added the grid fee, which is a fixed fee. It's a small fee. So that was a small piece of it. But the last time it was done comprehensively was 2016, about 10 years ago. And if you think about inflation, maybe 3% a year, which I know it's been higher because we had COVID and all that. But even at 3% a year, that'd be 30% inflation in the last 10 years. And here we're looking at a 22% increase. So, to keep up with those inflation rates, and particularly, as I noted, during COVID, inflation went way up, I think up to 8%. But, and so it's just been tough for the utility to keep up with the inflated costs that we're seeing throughout the economy, and especially in the last 10 years.
And yet, our net income in the last 2 years was positive by, I think, 67 million and then 35 million. That is before debt service, and that is before the transfer to the general fund. But while costs have gone up, so has our revenue, because we also have an energy charge that mitigated the cost of additional paying for energy. So,
and what is it after debt service? Because debt service is not something that we can
no, absolutely
ignore.
I think Lynn has all those numbers, but I also wanted to share that that's part of the, Councilmember Cole is correct. And part of the reason that we have the numbers that we have this evening is because we are taking some of our reserves, about $38 million of that, and putting it towards this ratepayer increase so that it further reduces the burden.
Yeah, and I would just shed that's part of the reason why we were able not to raise rates for 10 years is we actually have had other mitigating factors. Now we're at a place where the lines are crossing.
We've done a good job of smoothing some of the increases that could have been passed on. I mean, I would be very leery of setting up some formulaic based on CPI increase. I would caution us because we've seen CPI go up and down in very high levels. We just received a report today at Finance Committee related to CPI. And it's leveling out, but that could be temporary. And it could go up very high if some of the conditions, including, the current war that the country's engaged in, aren't turned around. So we have to be careful, I think, when we set in stone or set in motion formulaic increases that may have a tremendous impact and put it out of our control, and ability to exercise discretion.
I think the bottom line for me, Mayor, is that I know all my colleagues, we don't want to see any kind of increases at all, but we know it's just a part of the way the world works, and we just have to, stay on board because we have our expenses to take care of. So thank you for that.
I didn't watch everybody's campaign, but I don't recall any of us running to say we wanted to increase rates.
Thank you.
Okay.
Public comment?
Public comment?
I'm going to call out names, just Tom McLaughlin, are you here? Great. Followed by Paul Little. Hello, Mr. Little. John Liano, David Kang, Mike Polka, Cynthia Kennedy, Paul Brown, and that will be the speakers on this. If you've heard your name, come forward. Go ahead.
If you've heard your name, please form a line in the middle here.
We'll give you 2 minutes.
In the
I'll
middle
ring a
aisle.
bell with 30
Can
seconds.
we do 3 minutes?
3 minutes?
Can we do 3 minutes with,
3 minutes. The research I looked at said 3 minutes, and I was kind of prepared for 3.
What's the will of?
these people have waited for 5
Okay,
hours.
let's go 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Sir, you need to speak into the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you.
And some of you may have come prepared for 2 minutes, and that's okay too. Also, I should say.
I'm Tom McLaughlin, and I arrived at Huntington Memorial 76 years ago this month, and have been in Pasadena pretty much all my life. But I have some questions on our proposed rate increase. Mr. Reyes, last meeting, the March 2nd meeting, you emphasized that Light and Power is a nonprofit and stressed that we do not operate at a profit and we're in a deficit. But when I delved into your financial statements, I found that you do operate at a profit, and a pretty good one at that. So much so that Light and Power remits its excess profits to the city, $100 million over the past 5 years, and $28 million in the most recent fiscal year. And even after these remissions, Light and Power still had an operating income of $105 million and net cash flow of $138 million for the last 2 years. That operating income, that's like for the fiscal year 2025, I think our operating income was $37,665,000, and that's after the transfer of $28 million to the city. So again, you're doing well enough to pay a dividend to the city of over $100 million for the last 5 years. So I found it a little disingenuous that made it sound like we were kind of in bad shape. I thought, boy, we're going to have to suck it up. Last meeting, Councilman Lyon, you asked, quote, just to be clear and to confirm for everyone, these rate increases don't go towards the 2030 goal, correct? They are towards the current cost of service deferred maintenance, end of quote. Mr. Reyes, you responded that the existing CIP plan that was used does include some project that goes towards that goal. That there was this misunderstanding this late in the game was troubling to me. That just seems like a wow. During this process, we've been pointed repeatedly to the rate study, but without highlighting capital expenditures as the key driver until really tonight's materials. When I go back, and I spent a lot of time reading.
30 seconds.
Okay, thanks. I'm not going to make it. You've got capital expenditures all over the place.
You need to use the microphone, sir.
In this publication, you say that your capital expenditures are 128 million for roughly the next 5 years. In this graph for tonight's material, you've got about 850 million. In the rate study for 4 years, you have 373 million.
Sir, your time has expired.
All right, and when I Google it, you have 582 million.
If you'll,
And that's a key driver,
If
and
you'll-
it seems like it's all over the place.
if you'll, thank you, sir. And you're free to submit any comments you may have or documents as
I
well.
think I'd like to probably email all of you some
Okay.
of these key data points.
Thank you.
Tonight, 'cause there's a lot more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Next,
Mr. Little.
someone who's very familiar with these chambers as he served.
But I'm also very happy to be on
On the
this side
council.
of the railing. Thank you very much. A couple of things. First, Mr. Marquez, I will not get another chance here to thank you for your service. You've done a great job, and I really appreciate it. Second thing is, nobody's evil. Mr. Reyes and his department have been nothing but helpful in providing information all the way along, especially last week. Thank you. And being very helpful. That said, the board of the chamber last Thursday at their meeting voted, not unanimously, but overwhelmingly to oppose this. It's too much, too fast, at the wrong time. And if you notice, if you go back to the green arrow where we're under everybody, the commodity price changes automatically. And it went up about 30% a year ago. That just gets automatically passed along to people. So unless you are Chevron or my homeowner's insurance company, 22% increase in a year is a lot. So what we're basically saying is it's just too much, too fast. You all will own this, whatever decision you make, but you also have the opportunity to do what's best for everybody. So when you deliberate this, please think about that and consider not just all of us. Rick lives up the street from me, or down the street from me, and so does Jess. And she's very efficient in her house. She's got a smaller one. But think about the consumers, the businesses, and also affordability. The costs for this are going to get passed along. Apartment rents won't go up, but the cost that somebody pays for electricity to live in that apartment is going to go up. The cost they pay for food at the grocery store, which is a huge electric user, is going to go up. The cost of pretty much everything is going to go up based on this. Also, all those other factors that you all mentioned and Justin mentioned. So thank you very much. I think you will do the best you can do, and I appreciate that. Just think about the long-term impacts and do what's best.
Thank you, Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Little. John Liano, followed by David Kang, then Mike Polka, then Cynthia Kennedy, then Paul Brown.
Mr. Liano, welcome.
Thank you. I'm John Liano. I am a Pasadena resident, born and raised in Pasadena, went to Pasadena Unified School District Schools. Resident of District 2. I work for Brian's Cleaners and Laundry. I am a member of the board of the Pasadena Chamber of Commerce, and my claim to fame is that I am the first ever pandemic board chair. What Paul Little just said, I agree with. And also I'd like to say, as a person that lives in a middle-class family, the uber wealthy are not going to be affected by this as much. And of course, those that qualify for assistance will have some help. But I think it's the middle-class families that really feel the pinch in this, especially those that live paycheck to paycheck. And especially middle-class families that are immigrants, minorities, and people of color. So I appreciate all you do to serve our community. I do not envy your position, but I trust that the genius in the room will come together collectively and make the right decision, and we're all gonna have to live with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Liano.
David Kang, followed by Mike Polka, then Cynthia Kennedy, then Paul Brown.
Welcome, Mr. King.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo, members of the City Council. My name's Dave Kang, Associate Vice President of Facilities at Caltech. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on PWP's proposed rate increases. Caltech values its longstanding partnership with the city and PWP, especially as we work toward shared goals of decarbonization and modernizing our energy systems. We understand the need to address deferred maintenance and invest in critical infrastructure. However, we respectfully urge the city to phase in the proposed rate increases over 3 years, rather than implementing them within a single 12-month period. A phased approach would provide greater stability for all ratepayers, residents, businesses, and institutions alike, allowing time to plan, budget, and adapt. Based on our analysis, Caltech alone would see an increase of approximately $2.6 million annually, driven largely by higher demand charges. Charges of this magnitude can be difficult to absorb, particularly for nonprofit institutions operating within fixed budgets. We also encourage the city to review how these charges are structured. Demand-based pricing tied to peak usage does not always incentivize reductions in overall energy consumption. Aligning a greater portion of costs with actual electricity use could better support Pasadena's sustainability and efficiency goals. We respectfully urge the city to adopt a 3-year phased implementation that balances necessary infrastructure investments with affordability and long-term resilience for the entire community. With that, Caltech remains committed to being a partner in advancing clean energy solutions for Pasadena, and we will continue to work with you to be creative and innovative in energy and sustainability to help Pasadena and our neighbors beyond to become cleaner, more efficient, and more resilient, all in a cost-effective and replicable way, which is especially pertinent as the city develops its plans for carbon-free electricity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Polka, welcome back.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Polka. What I've noticed is that the report talks about how it's going to sell the 22% increase to the customers. I didn't see in the report, or you also talked about the structural protections for lower income. And I guess based on my calculation here, 1,000 kilowatts is probably a family of 4, no pool, I'm assuming. And the 500 kilowatts is for maybe a family of 2. That's a rate reduction of $21 off. That's about 10%. That doesn't seem very significant when we talked about paycheck to paycheck. What is the different model utilities that you really strive for that you can't quite figure out how they did it in the US or other countries? I didn't see that in the report. You do a competitive bid process for like wire and conduit, but have you ever done a reverse auction? And if you don't know what a reverse auction is, I can explain it later. Can you do any co-op with other municipalities and do buying power? I didn't hear any of that. This room is freezing. It's 72 degrees in here. Do we know how to cut cost? That's an example. Can we kind of buckle up here, Pasadena? The magnolia trees outside, no mulch. That's 70% water consumption when you don't mulch. We love to plant 24-inch box trees. Maybe we can plant smaller trees. And there's a study from some of the consultants that you hire that oak trees thrive better when they're smaller. But we love to plant big things, but we would reduce our costs that way. The city of Malibu has reduced their light consumption and it helps the environment, and it also doesn't affect safety. So that's another way that we could reduce our power and city expenses. There's a BEST project at the Glenarm Power
Mr.
Plant.
Polka, your time has expired.
And we want to plant a concrete wall which radiates heat, and lots of other cities just use a hedge with a chain link fence, which would reduce cost.
Thank you, Mr. Polka.
Cynthia Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy, welcome.
Thank you so much. So the realities that we all know we're dealing with is that worldwide and in the United States and in California, utility rates are going up everywhere quite dramatically, and that the drivers for this include very volatile and high resource costs, especially for fossil fuel generated electricity. We know that inflation is a factor. We know that supply chain problems as a result of tariffs, war, and a lot of other factors that are external to us are causing these problems. Deferred maintenance, system changes, and major shortages in gas turbines. All of these things are driving up the cost of electricity and the cost of our rates. I have to congratulate PWP and the council for how you've handled the rate study. It was kind of unfortunate the way it came down, but at least it was equaled out, and you eliminated this really bad disproportionate effect that it looked like it was going to have on residential ratepayers. I think the solution, though, has got to be in terms of empowering ratepayers. The OSP has a number of things in it that are going to empower ratepayers. Time of use rates, this is very important. Demand response provisions. If we can start doing some of this sooner rather than later, I know you're waiting for advanced metering infrastructure, but this could help commercial, residential, and institutional. We've talked about this for a long time, actually. Public solar, this is very important. And, of course, doing everything we can to enable residential, commercial, and institutional ratepayers to get the benefits of solar, to get their rates down. And then finally, there's some things that could be done. Really, I encourage you to think about this, an advisory committee so that the public can participate more. Really, the rate study was a black box. A more transparent budget process. I mean, we really don't have, the public doesn't have much visibility on how priorities are determined. And I know you're trying to deal with that, but I think it would help the public understand more. Some serious programs for discounts for low-income ratepayers. Pasadena 100 has been talking about this for probably 3 years now. $13 is not enough off of people's bills. Something to deal with the EV disincentive. I'm a little worried about that. I'm not sure how it works. AI data center policy. You guys are doing a great job of looking at that issue, and I congratulate the MSC for looking at that. And really just trying to tighten our belts. These consulting fees, a lot of the expenses to the public seem excessive. So these are my suggestions. I think we're not going to get over this crisis by ignoring the reality.
Ms. Kennedy.
We have to empower people to deal with higher rates.
Thank you.
Paul Brown is here or no? Oh, virtually, yes.
Oh. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Apologies for not being able to be there in person tonight. Middle-class member, Pasadena resident, District 6. Nobody likes higher rates, none of us, but this rate increase is needed. I support it. I urge you to consider it favorably. You know, we need robust electricity infrastructure. We need a transmission grid that's ready for unexpected developments, whether that be demand spikes or extreme weather. We don't want to put off maintenance and hardening of the system. It's never a good idea to delay maintenance. Your awardee earlier in the evening, the car dealer would tell you, bring your car in for regular maintenance or you're going to have trouble. So the costs of delaying maintenance is always going to be more in the end. So we ought to do the maintenance that needs to be done as soon as we can. Costs keep rising. A previous speaker mentioned the tariffs, inflation. We have an administration in Washington that's doing everything it can to impact wind and solar projects. That drives up costs because there's less investment in those areas, less demand. So manufacturers can't do as much supply. And we need to maintain PWP's excellent credit rating. That's really important. So I think the idea of time of use rates are great. That would help us all to maximize using electricity when the rates are lowest. So that would be super. I hope that can be introduced as soon as possible. And I really appreciate that PWP is a public nonprofit utility. Higher rates that we're talking about, they're not going to go into the pocket of shareholders. I think sometimes we forget about that. The benefits that we have of a city-owned utility is wonderful. One of those benefits, and I want to give a shout out to PWP for this, is the energy efficiency audits that they will do for you in your house or condo or apartment free and show you how you can save on your power bill. They did one for us in our condo. It was extremely helpful. I appreciate that. And finally, I hope our colleagues up in Sacramento pass SB 868, something called the balcony solar legislation, which y'all might want to consider. That would be great news for those of us in condos and apartments in order to install solar panels on our balconies. And finally, given the hour, I know most of you council members have other day jobs, and I just want to say thank you for your service and for your commitment to this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
That completes public comment on this item.
Okay, Mr. Cole, you're in the queue.
So, as our chair has outlined, we spent extensive time in Municipal Services Committee seeking to both understand and to craft a reasonable and appropriate recommendation for you tonight, which I will be supporting. However, Mr. Reyes, I asked at our last public hearing how we are doing this year in terms of operating income. Were you able to ascertain that?
Incorporated the projections for this year into the first graph. So we're expecting to have a positive net income for fiscal year 26. And the offset of that is that, as you can see, we also expect that we'll have significant capital spend in this fiscal year as well. So as you can see, sort of the excess of the blue bar over that peach bar, that all gets invested into the capital infrastructure on the graph below it. So while we will see a positive operating net income, we will be reinvesting that into the large infrastructure projects that we have going on, such as advanced metering infrastructure, as well as one of the largest sub-transmission lines that runs throughout the city. We've already authorized the contract to buy over $40 million worth of conduit in order to support that project. So that is here. We have it in projections. We are expected to do more or less what we originally budgeted for, which is to show a slight net profit or net income for the year.
And I've expressed some skepticism about our ability to spend at the desired goal of capital expenditures.
Right.
That's not due to any lack of diligence or professionalism on the part of our Pasadena Water and Power Department. If we can do that, that's a good thing. But it's punching out that much capital expenditure on time is a challenge, because oftentimes projects get held up because of supply chain, because of contracting issues, because of any number of things. So I would like us to be very clear that if we approve tonight's recommendation, that we revisit whether the third 7% increase is needed. I suggest we approve it tonight, but I think we ought to keep close watch and see if there's a possibility of postponing that if we either generate additional operating revenue beyond our projections, or we are not able to punch through the capital expenditures according to plan, this is going to have, as all of us on MSC are acutely conscious, a big impact on our residents. And I'm proud of the fact that we worked with our staff to mitigate the impact from 35% to 22% over the next 17 months. But nobody facing higher gas prices, higher insurance prices, higher, if you purchase a car, prices, and higher food prices. None of us is unsympathetic and unconcerned about the impact on the ability of, as we heard, not only low-income people but middle-class members of our community to meet these. So if we can mitigate these increases, I think we should be committed to doing so.
If I may, to Mr. Cole's point, so you're suggesting that we'll approve the 3-phase approach, however, have a check-in at like MSC after the 2nd phase to see if the 3rd phase is needed. Yeah, I'd be supportive of
A true-up.
Yeah.
Of sorts.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
And one of the other, before we do that, one of the other things that I'm concerned about is the sanitation districts are looking to increase costs as well. And so that is.
Sending me to the next meeting, so I
That's
have
why
to
I'm
vote on
sending
the
you,
increase
I'm
instead of
sending you
you.
there to vote on that increase. No, it's a serious concern. All of these cumulative cost increases that our residents are seeing. Okay, there's a motion to close the public hearing. Are there any objections? Oh, it was moved and seconded by Mr. Jones? Moved by Mr. Cole.
No, moved by Mr. Jones.
Oh, okay.
Seconded by Mr. Cole.
All right. And are there any objections? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. On the merits,
I'll move staff's recommendation on the condition that we'll return to MSC after the 2nd phase to see if the 3rd phase is needed.
okay. I'm good. It's a good suggestion. Are there any objections to the motion? Oh,
I'll second.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought we received a second. Okay. Moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the matter is approved.
Which leads to item 17, which is the ordinance that's related to this for first reading.
I'll introduce the ordinance.
One of the things that we didn't talk about is, fortunately, we have kept our own utility, because if you look at Edison's prices, it's between 36 and 46% higher if you're an Edison customer. Yeah, Mr. Little was on the council.
So for item,
So, as was Mr. Madison.
Charter Amendment F.
Yeah, yeah. With that,
It's been offered by Mr. Cole.
okay,
Right.
offered by Mr. Cole.
so this is an ordinance of the city of Pasadena, California, amending the light and power rate ordinance, Title 13, Chapter 13.04 of the Pasadena Municipal Code, offered by Councilmember Cole. Councilmember Cole to conduct first reading.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
The ordinance is successfully conducted first reading unanimously.
Okay.
So we're moving on to item 18. We have, are the speakers online still?
Yes.
Okay. So We have 3 speaker cards submitted for item 18. We also have 1 letter with copies of several ordinances from various cities that have been submitted for the city council to consider, which have been distributed to the council, posted online, and part of the record for the ordinance. I'll read the ordinance and then somebody can offer it. This is an ordinance of the city of Pasadena, adding Pasadena Municipal Code Title 9, Article 13, Chapter 100, to adopt an anti-discrimination statement and create a private right of action for aggrieved individuals.
I'll offer it.
Offered by Councilmember Lyon. Mayor, should we go to the public comment?
Sure.
David Carlson, followed by Lawrence Nielsen, followed by Michelle Nielsen, and we'll give 2 minutes for this.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city
Welcome,
attorneys. Thank you. My name is David Carlson. I'm the legislative campaign coordinator for OPEN. That's the Organization for Polyamory and Ethical Non-Monogamy, a national nonprofit working to advance the rights of non-monogamous families and individuals. We've been working with cities across the country to pass exactly the kind of legislation before you tonight, and I'm here because Pasadena has a real opportunity to lead. AR 18 is a historic step for the city, and we celebrate it wholeheartedly. Tonight, we're asking the City Council to go one step further and add family and relationship structure as an explicitly named protected category with full definitions. Doing so would extend the reach of this ordinance to people who face real and documented discrimination based on how their family is composed in housing, employment, healthcare, and custody proceedings. Courts need clarity. Without explicit language, a judge looking at a polyamorous family denied housing may conclude the ordinance simply doesn't apply. That is not hypothetical. That is how civil rights protections get limited in practice. So naming family and relationship structure closes that door. OPEN conducted a survey in 2025 with nearly 6,000 respondents, and we found that 60% had experienced discrimination based on the relationship structure. These people are living in cities like Pasadena, single parents by choice, multi-generational households, step families, aromantic and asexual individuals, and non-monogamous families who would be meaningfully protected by this action. And as you have in front of you, many cities recently have enacted this. West Hollywood on March 2nd, that passed unanimously. Portland passed it this month. Olympia passed it in February, and I wonder if you're aware that Berkeley and Oakland also passed this in 2024. So every single time, no new staff, no new budget.
Sir, your
impact.
time has expired.
Thank you. Please consider this as an addition to AR 18.
Thank you.
Okay.
Still, we have a couple more. Lawrence Nielsen and then Michelle Nielsen,
Thank you.
Esquire.
Mr. Nielsen?
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Nielsen. I live in Pasadena, and I'm speaking on support of AR 18, but asking council to strengthen it. Although this ordinance is a historic step for the city, I think right now it leaves out families that are diverse and that don't fit within the nuclear structure. So just asking for protections of people whose family and relationship structure falls outside the traditional sense. I am a marriage and family therapist, and I've been working with families for many years, very diverse families. And what I can tell you is that families are shifting, families are changing, and what we kind of saw families look like 60 years ago looks very different today. And this is also includes single parent households, aromantic, asexual individuals, and also parents whose relationship structure is used against them in custody matters. And I think what we want to work towards is making sure that all people are protected, because we understand that unfortunately we live in a world where discrimination does happen. So we want to extend those rights. And we hope, as you heard earlier, the other cities like Berkeley, Oakland, West Hollywood, Portland, these are all cities that are really striving to the future of what the future family looks like. And I think Pasadena can be one of the leaders in Southern California for all our families and to protect what different structures in all families look like. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a Michelle Nielsen Esquire, but
Ms. Nielsen?
we don't find her in the Zoom. I was thinking maybe she was with Mr. Lawrence Nielsen, but maybe not. Nope, okay. That completes public comment
Okay.
on this item.
Okay,
We conducted first reading. It was offered by Councilmember Lyon. I need to do the roll call vote.
okay, roll call.
Councilmember Cole stepped out, is back. Yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton's absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The ordinance was introduced successfully for first reading unanimously. No, we have item 19. This is the objective design standards.
Okay.
We do have one speaker card for that. They're there, okay. So, this is an ordinance of the city of Pasadena, amending Title 17 zoning code, chapter 61, permit approval or disapproval, section 17.61.030, design review of the Pasadena Municipal Code, and adding section 17.50.165, objective design standards for high-density housing, to chapter 17.50, standards for specific land uses, to the Pasadena Municipal Code to adopt objective design standards for high-density housing and modify the design review process for such projects.
Okay, maybe something.
I will introduce the ordinance. I think our staff is in the back. One of our design commissioners and the American Association of Architects local chapter offered a series of modifications which had mostly been discussed before and not included in the planning commission or the city council's approval. There is one single very small change that I've asked the staff if they could address. But first I want to say it was in September of 2022 that I pushed for objective design standards, and I'm just really pleased with the staff, the quality of the staff work. This was a lengthy process, but we started out with a consultant. That didn't work out as well as we had hoped, but the staff put in enormous effort, and this is a huge step forward for housing in our city and for the character and historic preservation of our city. And I'm deeply, deeply appreciative of the excellent work, particularly of our design and historic preservation staff.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
So the concern I have is on page 10.
In Councilmember, just because we had a minute to look at it.
Yes.
10 is referring to the type, the non-Mediterranean style. So page 14 is the one that refers more to what we consider the Mediterranean, and it doesn't have the opaque requirement.
Oh,
So I
okay.
think it's
All right.
okay. If
Fair
it was intended for the Mediterranean, it's covered the way it's written, because that doesn't
Again,
apply.
I didn't originate this. It came from the AIA and from one of our design commissioners. I'm pleased to know that it's already been covered, and so I would like to offer this ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you.
We do have one public comment card from Michael Canavan.
Mr. Canavan?
Went home.
Welcome.
Wait.
He went
hours
home and he
ago.
went online. There you go.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm back. I'll be brief this time. I just want to commend staff for the tremendous work in bringing these designs to life. And, as somebody who has sat in on a few design review hearings where these standards are already starting to be applied as projects start to be guided towards these standards, I think it has made a dramatic difference in a positive way. In adding character to high density housing in our city. I think there's an idea that pro-housing activists like myself don't care about that, but we do, we deeply do. We live here too. We love to see the beautiful architecture in Pasadena, and I really hope this ordinance will contribute to that. I had one question or comment, and that's about, so there was a provision that 50% affordable housing projects or greater would be eligible for consolidated design review. That is still in the code, as I'm understanding it correctly, but it's mostly superseded by the these new design standards, all of the projects using this would be eligible for that consolidated design review. I would just ask the council if possibly there could be some thought, maybe some discussion around, is there a role for, further expedited review for projects that offer a substantial amount or percentage of affordable housing? Because that's something we've agreed as a city that is a special priority that we need to build to bring affordability to people who need it most in our city. Anyway, just one thing to offer, but thank you so much, and then appreciate especially Councilmember Cole and your diligence in bringing this to life as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one letter in support of the ordinance submitted to the city clerk's office, and one letter providing various suggestions to amend the proposed ordinance. Those letters were distributed to the council, posted online, or part of the record for the ordinance. We have done the first reading, or I've read the title, and Councilmember Cole has offered the roll call.
Please.
To conduct first reading, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton's absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The ordinance has been successfully first read.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thanks to staff for staying so late to straighten out whatever it was that was on page 10.
Yeah. That was, I'm curious too. Maybe we should have, I was thinking maybe we should have taken up this matter on design standards before we took up the Oak Knoll matter, but it wouldn't have applied anyway. Okay, that completes our agenda. I do want to recognize, I attended the One City, One Story event this weekend, and I want to compliment Tim McDonald and his staff on doing a just terrific job. And also the Friends of the Library for supporting it, and all those who were involved. It was a great event. I also want to announce that I'm going to, at the request of a few council members, to agendize the matter of the question on AI Steward in the near future, and how we should handle that. So that everyone is aware. Okay. With that, we are adjourned.